Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, gamers all over the world. We've got another night of LPL English. My name is Rafa. I'm joined by the wonderfully talented Bloxer. We got some bangers for y'all tonight. And to jump right ahead, that series down below, that's our second series, so you got to stay and wait because we've got a Group Nirvana series on the way first, but we will shortly bring you up to date with all of the standings here in Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. But Bloxer, just to kind of capitalize, we're already halfway through week 6. That means we only got one more week left in the Rumble stage, and then we head into playoffs.
I know, and with the way that the schedule has worked out, there's a lot of games left to be played for some of these teams, and some of these teams are getting pretty close to being done, and that leaves some big gaps in the standings that are all going to work themselves out throughout the remainder of this week, and it just means there's so many exciting matchups coming up. You can see right here, in terms of teams that have actually locked themselves into places, TES, NIP, and EDG are going to be in at least the top bits of their groups, but the actual end standings are still really up in the air.
And with top esports already qualifying themselves directly to the playoff bracket stage, that means there are 3 spots left in Group Ascend. A lot of them are up in the air. BLG can secure one of those spots with just one more series win. IG would need 2 respectively, Anyone's Legend would need 3. And it just means that the race from Weibo and GDG is even more stressful. WE and FPX are already locked into the play-in stage, and those teams will play against one of 4 from Group Nirvana. Already we know that NIP and EDG will be among those teams. LGD, Ultra Prime, ThunderTalk, and even LNG can still try and snag one of those last 2 of the 4 spots.
There's still so much up in the air to play for. It's not just who makes it into playoffs, it's the seeding that you end up with, and specifically down in Group Nirvana, like you said, nobody is technically out of the running right now. It takes some absolute miracle work for LNG to be able to get themselves into playoffs, but it technically being possible is very exciting coming into the last week, right? Gone are the days where you get to this point in the split and 4 or 5 teams are just playing for nothing up against each other. Matches don't matter. It's just for fun. No. Every single one of these is incredibly important. And specifically for the teams that we've got here first, ThunderTalk and LGD, winning here, it goes a long way towards locking you, but it isn't everything you need to do.
Now, let's take a moment to meet those rosters right now, because for ThunderTalk, these guys are in the dumps right now, especially right after their very tragic series loss against Ultra Prime just a few days ago, Bloxer. And even though this roster was just moments away from being able to clinch out a series, put themselves in a spot where they would have been able to secure one of the last 2 spots in Group Nirvana to the play-in stage off a 1 series win, the fact that they had lost that series against Ultra Prime now means that every series is a must-win, or their chances are extremely dire and potentially doomed.
We've been saying it for a while. ThunderTalk need to start winning games, and unfortunately for them, they just haven't been. It's been a real slide for this team. This is going to be a 6th loss in the row if they can't pick up a win here today. 5 losses is already real bad for them. One of the little saving graces is that they have been winning 1 game in their series. You know, it's been a lot of 2-1s for them recently, so they are taking games. They had a lot of 0-2s earlier on in the split, but that's slim pickings for good things to talk about for this team, and it's really unfortunate to see because, I mean, it's a ThunderTalk, right, that did so well in Split 1, that had a slide in Split 2, and now in Split 3, it feels like they just can't put it all together.
They can't stabilize, Bloxer, and a lot of the magic that we saw from Split 1, unfortunately, seems like it was just like a one-hit wonder you would get from a decade, and then we've quickly moved on to the next eras of that artist's career, and they don't really have anything left going for them. 1xn and Feather still remain to be some of the strongest parts and most consistent members on this roster. Unfortunately, these 2 members are not enough to carry games because it really does take a whole village to be able to secure full series wins for this team.
Yeah, it's just not a meta at the moment where your bot lane can be literally everything to you, right? We've moved past the point where you could pick up Lucian for 1xn and everybody else could be on a tank that just feeds the Lucian and he'll carry you. It's too much to ask from just a bot lane, and it's just spiraling out of control for them. Hoya and Setup have been having some pretty rough laning phases. Arky just hasn't been able to get anything going for his team recently at all, and the bot lane, as much as they've been looking decent, it's a lot of what we're seeing right here. 1xM being put on things like Senna, where he's dealing a heck of a lot of damage, but that's a squishy, immobile champion that takes a while to ramp up. He needs the rest of the team to be stepping up for him before he gets to the point where he's online. And then even once you have items and stacks onto this Senna, you still need somebody in front of you soaking the damage, allowing you to sit and hit and do your thing, and it just isn't happening in a lot of these team fights.
And the funny thing is that the overall trend of just going to a hyper carry for 1xM, something that scales late game, it sounds good on paper, but unfortunately better teams just don't give ThunderTalk the time to either scale, or they're going to consistently give them windows where they're able to punish and win out these team fights, because as we know what happens in the Smolder game of the last game of that series, he got to the execute stack mark of 225, they had Mountain Soul on their side as well, and it still wasn't enough to win the series just because of crucial late game decision making from the team as a whole. And that is why it is just not enough for 1xM and Feather to be able to do the job. Everyone, Tab, Hoya, and Aki all have to be playing on their A game, and unfortunately, they have just not been consistently doing so, which now sets up a very nice contrast over to LGD on the other side, Bloxer, because this team, even though they're still mostly developmental members coming up from the LDL and making their debut, they face some similar consistency issues where some of their star members are also from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, this is another situation where Xavier and YCX, they've been looking pretty good overall, and in their wins specifically, it looks like Xavier's just able to completely pop off, take over the map, put himself into a great spot, win games for his team. But things have not been consistent for them across the board whatsoever. They're having, again, solo lane issues. They're having jungle-based issues as well. There's a reason that this team are also quite a step behind the NIPs and the EDGs of the world. It feels like they're kind of scrambling to get themselves into a good spot as well. They've had a better time of it than ThunderTalk, certainly, but they are also on a little bit of a loss streak. They're having a bit of a slide for themselves as well. And again, they're not locked into those top 4 spots. They really need to win here today.
A win today does guarantee that they will make it into the play-in stage. But unlike EDG and Ninjas in Pajamas, I have yet to be convinced by LGD that they could be a team that could upset one of the bottom teams from Group Ascend. EDG and Ninjas in Pajamas, that's a whole different conversation for a different day, because they've been looking pretty darn hot here in Group Nirvana. But for YCX specifically, I think this guy has shown a lot of promise over the course of 2025. Unfortunately, this is still his breakout year, coming from the LPL, alongside XQW as well. Both of these guys were on the same team that pretty much placed incredibly high in the last LDL year, the previous year before, getting their chance to come together onto this LGD roster. We saw a lot of brilliant moments that we were expecting it was going to allow them to punch higher in 2025 Split 1, much similar to the ThunderTalk. And unfortunately, Blockstone, we've kind of arrived to the same spot at the end of the year where both teams are struggling now.
Different paths to the same endpoint, unfortunately. We'll see if they're going to be able to diverge here. One of these teams get themselves into the play-ins, one of these teams not, potentially. As you see here, contrasting him alongside Feather, they look pretty similar overall as players, even Feather potentially looking like the better support, but in their last matchup between these two teams, YCX completely took over the board. You can see here, he turns up to a fight topside that nobody's expecting him to, uses the Fog of War brilliantly to sneak his way up into that top lane fight. It ends up with 2 kills right on top of the Rumble, and from that moment on, they never look back. YCX was a huge part of why LGD were able to 2-0 versus ThunderTalk. He had Feather's number, but beyond that, he just had the number of everybody on ThunderTalk. He was in their backline, constantly finding these knockups on the Rakan, body blocking on the Brom. He had a really good series, and if he's able to replicate that again for himself in this second matchup between them, like we've been saying, LGD winning here, huge for their playoff chances, and it just snaps any potential momentum ThunderTalk have been trying to put together.
And overall, the fact that LGD have already won this previous series matchup against ThunderTalk gives them the edge. And when we look forward against the rest of their matches scheduled for the remainder of Rumble stage, ThunderTalk really are desperate on every remaining series that they can get their hands on. Not only because of the fact that they're 2 series wins, LGD are 3 series wins, so 1 win from LGD clinches their spot, but the fact that LGD have one more series over Thunder Talk in order to do so, because only 2 more series left for Thunder Talk. There's 3 more series for LGD.
And for LGD, right, picking up a win here, I think gets increasingly important when you look at who they've still got to play moving on forwards, because, hey, this Thunder Talk matchup looks like one of the easier ones that they are going to have on their schedule. They've got EDG next after this. That's a terrifying matchup for them. That's one that nobody's really going to be expecting them to win. And like we said, they can still afford to drop a match here, but they're definitely going to need to pick up the win versus Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime if you don't think they can then go on to beat the EDGs.
Thunder Talk are starting to pray at this point.
Yeah.
The fact that Thunder Talk have been in so many scenarios where they were in 2-1s and they were close to actually winning one of those other 2 games that ended up being losses, it has now severely bit them in the bud here, because now Thunder Talk down to 2 last series in order to try and make the miracle run into the play-in stage. And while you said that LGD, their EDG matchup is not one favored for them, the fact that they have one more chance over Thunder Talk gives a little bit more breathing room, and just overall, both Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime, very beatable teams, so it's very doable for the LGD squad to make it into plans.
Absolutely. A win up against Ultra Prime, a win up against Thunder Talk will lock them into the playoffs. That will put them into those play-in matchups. It doesn't give them a particularly high seeding. That's sort of run away from these bottom to middle teams in Group Nirvana, and that is worrying, of course. When we're looking at what's happening in Group Ascent, it's a little bit crazy up there. WE, FPX, they very much look like the bottom 2 teams. FPX, the fact they were able to beat IG in what was a whack series, the only reason they are not currently a winless squad. But then just above them, you've got the JDGs, the Weibos of the world. You've got AL that we're also seeing later, barely getting themselves out of that play-in stage right now as well. So being in that 4th or 3rd seed coming out of Group Nirvana, you've got a really tough time to try to get yourself all the way into those playoffs, but it's a chance, and that's all these teams can really ask for at this point.
I'm not gonna lie, Bloxer, if somehow Weibo or JDG makes it over anyone's legend, I think I'm even more terrified if I'm Ultra Prime or LGD or whoever ends up being 3rd, 4th seed and has to play up against anyone's legend of all teams, the defending champions from Split 2. Like, while yes, anyone's legend have not been performing nearly as consistently this split as they were in Split 2, they're slowly ramping up, they're slowly getting their form back together, so I don't want to be in that spot. And unfortunately, even if they're able to make it past this point, the road ahead is still very difficult, but every step is just as important as the next one. And so for LGD and Thunder Talk Gaming, it's all about focusing on the present. It's all about focusing on winning the series today. And now we get a chance to see both teams walk on stage. Some of the things that have been super entertaining about both squads here when I look at LGD specifically, the champion pools have always been quite niche and a little bit special. I know YCX has been a Seraphine stand for quite some time, hasn't busted it out nearly as much here in Split 3, but has shown us a few times. And then of course Sasa is the Udyr guy, right, in the top lane. If he likes the bruiser fighter matchup, he'll bust out the man bear pig himself.
And it's been really interesting to see what he's actually gone towards this split, because that kind of bruiser fighter champion has been some of the biggest champs in the meta at the moment. The Ambess has been something he's gone back to time and time again. The win rates don't look super impressive on the majority of these players' champ pools just because it hasn't overall been a particularly good team, but still, he keeps going back to the Ambessa, has really also liked the Yorick as well, something he's pulled out a couple of times too. Be interested to see if that still pops up. I'm still super on the fence about the Yorick coming into the majority of these matchups, you know? Maybe if you're Bin, I can allow it in a lot of situations. Flandre able to pick this one out. As much as we think, you know, Sasa has his moments, I'm not going to call him a Yorick supreme player like we've been seeing previously, and so if you do pull it out, you have to be very careful to either play heavily around it, or we end up with this teamfight Yorick situation, which is, I'll say it, not my favorite thing.
Well, the next time I see a Yorick being drafted, I'm going to pull out my checklist, Bloxer, and I'm going to look for the box that says play like Bin. And I'm just going to circle that one. And if the top laner is not hitting a certain CS metric, if I don't see him absolutely dominate and go Giga Bin mode, then that's That's
I feel like play like
right
Bin is a good ceiling to aim for a lot of players, right? Just play like Bin, bro. Just win your lane. Just stomp your lane matchup. Just find that flank. What are you doing?
That's the type of thing that you say to your friends when you queue up in fives and you're like, all right, you're thinking about what should I pick here? It's like, do I want to play Fiora here? Just play like Bin, bro. It's easy. It's fine. Yeah. Just play like Bin. Easy peasy.
Exactly.
Well, here we go, Bloxer. We're loading up onto draft phase for game 1 of our first series of the night between LGD, who is taking blue side against ThunderTalk, and this is our second day of patch 15.16. I didn't see a lot of spicy picks locked in yesterday, apart from the brand jungle, courtesy of Xiaofeng, but I want to see some Nautilus, I want to see some Kiana, I want to see some Sylas being locked in, and I've only seen a couple Sylas bans, so we're not sure if these teams in the LPL are aware of the tech or have at least experimented with them yet.
Yeah, not sure. It would be very exciting to see. For right now, it's just going to be more of the same, what we've been seeing the entire year long. Wukong going to be locked in as that B1. It's always a nice option. It sets you up well for your team fights, your early skirmishes too. ThunderTalk, they like to also pick themselves a jungler for Arky very early on in the draft. Wouldn't be surprised to see this one picked up as there are two. Annie, though, going to be that first pick. Alongside that Vi, right, so ThunderTalk, they want some pick potential. They want to take one person and remove them from the map.
I'm always a little hesitant to believe in the power of Annie and Vi as a combo. Both as individual champions give you a lot of reliable execution, but you need a real carry to benefit from all of these picks in the first place. So I'm expecting that 1xN is going to get himself some type of super strong hyper carry that they can spoon feed kills into, like they always have been doing, or Hoya is going to try to flex his carry muscles, but Hoya has not been the most consistent player regardless if it's tanks or carries, so I'm not sure if that's really the play you want to go for either.
Yeah, no, putting too much onto Hoya would be, I think, a little bit of a mistake. Their solo lanes really haven't been everything. I like Satab on the Annie. Pretty easy to execute. You're not really going to be in a position to mess that one up too badly. The laning phase is nice and chill as well. LGD, they have fully indexed into some wombo combo team fighting right here. They want to just get as many knockups as possible, drop that equalizer on top of people's heads, and allow Cersei to try to carry them through. It's what worked for them in that previous matchup alongside ThunderTalk. Cersei gets some early kills with the Rumble, and it's able to just take over. Now, this is a slightly different matchup. You're now going to get Hoya onto the Ornn. The Ornn matchup, I mean, the Ornn's not going to really do anything too much. You're not expecting solo kills unless an Ornn moment happens, but you are just giving your team that little bit of non-committal engage that they really needed, because already ThunderTalk are looking to go diving into the backline, and if you don't have some non-committal engage from the top laner, you can end up in a situation where if you're not ahead, there is no way to win a team fight.
Yeah, Aki's definitely feeling a bit more relieved now that he doesn't have to always be the one sending it with the cease and desist, because if you pick the wrong time to engage and no one else goes in with you, well, either you have to flash or you have to accept that you're just dead at that point. Now, ThunderTalk taking away some options that could be used as denials from these long-range engages. Braum can always cancel that call. The Forge God ultimate with his shield. Xayah can at least avoid a lot of these engages in general. Nico trying to deny further additional engages so that they can't go for the overload option onto LGD's bot lane and carry. Because when you look at both of these top sides, Bloxer, there's not really a lot of damage that is coming out from the setup here, especially when I look at ThunderTalk. It's primary burst, and now with an Alistar, 1xN has to be an insane hyper carry right here.
1xN is having a lot put on his shoulders, but that's usually the situation he ends up being put in. I do wonder if they're again looking towards that Smolder or the Senna to really just get him into the late stages. I think it's a little bit risky, right? You really are going to get pushed around a little bit, especially if this Corki is now locked in for Savior. You have very few lane matchups that actually win early up against the Corki, and if you do decide to just go super late game, you're going to get bullied around if you step up just a little bit too far. That level 1 especially going to be quite rough for ThunderTalk to try to play out down in this bottom side. I can understand it, yeah, alright. The Sivir, I think, gives you that little bit extra. The Spell Shield's going to be pretty important in this game, and it does just give you that extra go button. You can press that on the hunt, and everybody gets to go sprinting in that much faster. Again, ThunderTalk, they are putting everything onto their superstar AD carry. It's not worked for them throughout this entire split, though, and that's what worries me.
A couple of things that I am looking at for ThunderTalk. One, Sivir Wave Clear does give you reliable ways to stall out a game, but you're not going to be able to contest a lot of objectives because your early game fighting power Sivir is just very weak, especially compared to Corki. So I feel like unless you are able to get consistent priority without LGD contesting you, you're not going to be able to get these objectives early on.
Yeah.
And Thunder Talk, your only early agency as a result is from this Vi and Annie. And if Aki and Satab mess that up or they get punished by Climber and XQW, what is holding Thunder Talk together before getting absolutely run over by this LGD composition in the mid game?
Prayers, hope, the power of friendship, potentially. Yeah, it's going to be really, really rough if you begin to fall behind. It always is when you're up into a little bit more of a wombo combo based composition, but I think the best thing about this for LGD is it's not one of those late game scaling ones where you need a bunch of pieces to get together. This is not going to be that Orianna and MF combo, for example, where you're really just getting into the late game, then it works. The Wukong, there's a reason he's such high priority. You can play that very early on. The Corki gets tons of lane priority early. You do have to be a little bit careful not to over-aggress into 1xN and Feather. They can turn that matchup around in the bottom side if you step a little bit too far forwards, and we have seen them be able to pick themselves up solo kills, double kills down in the bottom lane. That's a way for Thunder Talk to potentially play it, but it's going to be really tough.
Well, it's time to see how it all unfolds. Let's hit the riff for game 1 between LGD and Thunder Talk Gaming.
Let's go. Let's go. This is exciting. This is an incredibly important matchup. No.
Oh. The timing of the question mark thing. It wasn't intentional, but it just sounded so funny.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yep. Well, look. It's been rough if you're a Thunder Talk or an LGD fan. Start of Split 1, very fun if you liked Thunder Talk, but it's been a little bit of a slow decline into pain for them. I can understand why it's a little bit quiet between these two teams, but it doesn't mean that this isn't incredibly important. As we said, both of these teams fighting here for a play-in spot, for a chance to play up against one of those bottom group ascend teams. Picking up a win here, critical for both of them, so everything to play for.
Let's see if we can get any early advantages here from Savior and YCX. As we talked about before, wave clear is extremely powerful from the Sivir, but if Savior and YCX are able to bully around this lane and start allowing LGD to have strong priority in this bottom side of the map, they can start dragon stacking and really force Thunder Talk's hand into trying and put them on a timer. So far, decent chunk onto the health bars of bot lane. The heal is popped by Feather just because they are starting to feel that pressure.
Yeah, that's rough. As we were saying right during the draft phase, that level 1 is incredibly tricky to try to play out. As long as you don't die here, it's really not going to be the end of the world, but getting to that level 2 going to be critical. There we go. Now Feather is actually going to be playing a real champion, not a glorified minion. He can step up a little bit more, and you're going to slowly get to the point where Feather can actually start throwing that boomerang out, can start getting a few more of those bounces off, and start chunking out LGD's bot lane a little bit. This lane matchup gets easier the later on we get, and they have now weathered the absolute worst part of this storm.
Oh, YCX just missed a full combo there.
Oh,
It's going to take a lot of health in reparations for that one, and the heal is forced out of the support. Woo, that was a rough one.
Yeah, you really cannot afford to be missing out onto those combos. As we said, right? There is turnaround potential. As much as this lane should be yours to win, and you should be allowed to be aggressive and look for those crash downs, you have to be careful to hit them, because otherwise that turnaround going to be very, very rough. And that's one of the big problems with the Rel, of course. As soon as you're in, it's very tricky to get this champion back out again, especially into the Alistar matchup. You can just get stopped dead in your tracks trying to walk away. And if you give an early kill over to 1xN, then all of a sudden, all of the worries we've had about the Thunder Talk composition kind of get plastered over. They get to these item breakpoints so much quicker.
Both of the junglers take nasty looks at each other, gaze into each other's eyes longingly as XQW takes up a lot of damage trying to kill the rest of the wave, but will not die down here. Climber's actually skipping over his crab. I guess he thought about if he wanted to make a move onto Hoya as they were crashing this wave and looking for a dive, but that is an Ornn. And as Rumble and Wukong, you don't have any CC to make that dive as safe as possible, so he decides against it.
No, absolutely not. Not until you potentially roam YCX up towards the top side of the map do you want to go for a dive like that. And they also did not know where Aki was. Going for that dive would have most certainly resulted in kills going back over to Thunder Talk's side. So instead, things continue on as we have been expecting. It is going to be the resets coming through from the bot lanes. And let's see where they head out. Are we going to get these lane swaps coming through? Because that's what a lot of these teams have been favoring heading towards. It is only going to be a Chemtech Drake down towards the bottom side as well. So there's no real need to over-aggress onto that early on either, and it does look like, at least for Thunder Talk, they are going to bring their bot lane up to the top side.
Nicely done from 1xN and Feather. The fact they got the early push. Aki, Q flash into the crash down. Aki might just have to flash away from XQW, who was looking for that taunt after the Justice Punch, and now Vi is forced out of her own jungle on the top side.
Yeah, that's rough right here. As Thunder Talk, you really want to have control over your own jungle, especially as the Vi. You need to have it so you can get these gank opportunities. So far, Aki just hasn't really been able to stick his nose in yet, and is just going to have to flash away. That's quite a big flash to be missing out on. Without that flash Vault Breaker, the effective range of this champion is greatly reduced, and you're now very much just waiting for that level 6 to come out to really be able to find these ganks.
You got to be extremely careful about which angles you choose to go in on, because if Climber's there for a counter gank and you already exhaust your go forward button, you got no way out after that engage. But Aki, knowing that Climber was positioned on the top side of the map, is using the priority of Hoya into Savior's Corki to try and look for an early dragon. And despite many of the skirmisher junglers that have been in meta for so long, sometimes having a longer time to deal with that first dragon of the game, thanks to Vi and the fact that she does max percentage HP damage, it's not too bad for her.
No, going to be able to take this one down nice and quickly without the help of any of the laners either. And this is something that we really needed to see out of Thunder Talk. Aki's had some real problems with objective control throughout the entirety of this split, and falling behind with the Drakes is just giving his opponents so much extra control over the tempo of the game. Picking up this first Drake, potentially Drake stacking, could be a way to get yourself through this early game. It gives you something to go and fight around as well, and especially into the LGD composition, which is very skirmish heavy. Picking up some early objectives uncontested gives you extra ability to later on say, no, we don't want to contest for this one whilst you're at your strongest. We're going to wait for those item breakpoints to come in.
It's an extra 5 minutes where you don't feel pressured to do anything except farm. And that is exactly what you want to do for Thunder Talk, since 1xN is on this big late game super carry in the Sivir. And as we have seen in many years past, you want to stall the game as long as you would like to. Now, Grubs is spawning in the next minute or so. XUW trying to get some early positioning in the river, already taunted up Aki, but no real follow-up. Just trying to spook him and make sure that he doesn't steal away the crab. So LGD will have pretty much uncontested control in this topside river before Grubs comes and spawns.
And the fact they've got this much control is just going to make it so much easier for them to potentially play out a coming fight, pitting themselves up these Grubs as well. As much as you do like the first Drake and it buys you some extra time right here for Thunder Talk, the Grubs just are a slightly stronger objective at this point. It always was going to be when you roll that 2 sets of Grubs into one. And all of this river control is going to be nice. Quick reset coming through from Climber. He's going to head back to base, come out onto the map with, a decent chunk of items as well. He's going to be in a very strong spot when it comes to the skirmishing. Of course, Aki is also now going to get a reset off, and I do imagine both of these junglers are going to be heading back out onto the top side of the map, and we might get to see our first little bit of fighting between these two teams.
No major first item spikes coming in just yet. It's too early, and there hasn't been any bloody skirmishes that have resulted in that extra injection of gold. So what I'm really looking at is the strength of these level 6 ultimates and who still has flash. Aki doesn't have the summoner spell, can commit with the cease and desist, but it would be a one-way trip. Everyone else on LGD has their summoner spells, and they have extremely powerful ultimates.
Absolutely, and if they do just want to turn around and go for this fight, it is going to be very easy for them to be able to pull off some sort of snap engage. And I think, good, Thunder Talk, they recognize that this just wasn't going to be their fight. As much as you don't want to give up all 3 of these Grubs without any control over the mid or the top waves, without having yourself that stronger skirmishing power compositionally, you do just have to walk away from this one. Ulti topside, just going to get dropped from Setab, just going to be a little bit of damage right here onto Sarsi. Don't really expect that to turn into anything too much. Instead, it's going to be a red buff attempted to be stolen away by Thunder Talk. It's not exactly an even trade for the Grubs, but it was the right decision to not go for that fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a consolation prize for Thunder Talk, as any extra camps that they can snag away will at least help them remain even in gold. Because at the end of the day, LGD have yet to use the advantage that they have gotten for these grubs. They have not touched any of the plates on any of these outer turrets yet. And I like the move from Satab just dropping Annie as they went for the invade, because in case LGD wanted to force a fight there, Sasa would have been chunked to 50% HP. And that might have been a call where he goes, hey guys, do I have to TP to this fight? I really don't want to.
Yeah. And equally, if you think, hey, I might be about to get dove as well, drop the Tibbers, just clear some of the wave through, get a chunk of damage off of Sarsi as well, it stops that counterplay on the top side too, so it just makes a lot of sense right here out of Setab. And it's good to see some decent decision-making from Thunder Talk, and this is something that we have not seen from them so much. They've been good at falling behind early on in games, which is unfortunate considering, as we've been saying, 1xN in the late game, he's great on a team fight. Team fights were the biggest strength of Thunder Talk. It's the reason they were able to find themselves such great success in Split 1, winning that best of 5 versus BLG, topping out their group. It was through the power of the team fight from Thunder Talk, and they've been putting themselves in such big deficits throughout this split that we haven't gotten to see any of that big power from them later on.
Yeah, and it's the clutchness factor that's sometimes, actually most of the time, evades Thunder Talk when they need it most to clinch out those series. I mean, when you look at their series records, it's a lot of 2-1s, or a 1-2s, I should say, in favor of the other team. So LGD now starting to position for the second dragon of the game. Like we said before, if Thunder Talk do not feel confident, they do not have to fight for this dragon, but I will give them credit that they have one item spike on Satab's Annie. He's not here at the river quite yet. He's being pinned at the moment by XQW on the bottom lane, but it is a decent advantage that Thunder Talk might give themselves a little bit of inspiration to play for. But with that said, Aki's already pathing to the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's looking towards the other side, doesn't think he can really go and fight around this Drake, and as we've highlighted, right, there's no need for you to go and skirmish into a very strong skirmishing team. When it's instead, they're still stepping up, though. This is an interesting decision.
Oh, man. Well, that's a flash out of Feather. He pops his ultimate as well. 1xN lost his flash as well.
Yeah.
And Thunder Talk, you just have to wonder, why are we stepping up if we already know we're not trying to contest the play?
Yeah, you know you're not going for this play. You have watched your jungler walk towards the top side of the map. I assume Arky would have said, hey, I'm going to go top side. Maybe we can get ourselves a pick right here onto Sarsi. And they're still trying to face check that brush for no real good reason. And the fact that 1xN right there has to flash even through the spell shield to get away, that's really, really rough to see. That's going to give him so much less survivability once we get to any more of these fights, of these skirmishes coming up. 3 minutes until the next Herald, so you do at least have a little while. You're going to be getting closer to having that flash back up and available by the time at which we're getting to these skirmishes, but there's just no reason to be losing out onto those right now. LGD, they aren't particularly doing anything overly proactive throughout this game, but they've just been punishing Thunder Talk on a couple of these odd decisions and little mistakes.
Thunder Talk losing summoner spells for little to gain, and LGD are reaping the rewards of it. And I have yet to see an extreme prodiff on the Rift, but if you guys are trying to see a prodiff at home, hang on, might have to hold that here because Sasa just might get dove as this wave is starting to stack up from Satab, but the collapse from YCX and Savior is threatening for the counter gank. And now Thunder Talk thinking about maybe trying to turn it around onto a different target, but everyone bails and the action fizzles out for now. I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant because anything is possible here in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, they absolutely love jumping each other right here, and dives have been something that's gone wrong more than have gone right for a lot of these Group Nirvana teams. It's definitely something that they have been struggling with a little bit, so anytime I'm watching multiple players grouping up around a tower, it fills me with a little bit of worry right here.
And Thunder Talk is starting to swoop in through this red quadrant jungle. I don't think LGD really have any knowledge or vision on it. Feather, Hex flashes in, looks for the pulverize onto 2 members here, cease and desist, and they get the kill, so that's first blood set up for Thunder Talk. Now Climber tries to re-engage with the Cyclone, but a good exhaust from Feather diffuses that counter engage, and LGD get nothing.
No, that was really well executed right there from Thunder Talk. A play that was made a lot harder to execute right there because Feather didn't have the flash available to really be able to get into the backline with that headbutt, but makes it work, uses just that initial bit of headbutt to get that clone out from Climber, then pulverizes to be able to find that bit of damage, that little bit of knockup, and they managed to turn it into a kill. It's also great to get that initial kill over onto Arky. This Vi really needs to get ahead early on. Falling behind, it just leaves you so much less useful in a team fight than the Wukong is going to be. And so, quick early kill, it gets that first item right here onto Arky as well. And now they're going to be in a very strong spot to just keep playing this one through. And this is why we didn't end up seeing XQW joining that fight. Gets cancelled out on the teleport.
Nice awareness from Hoya to be able to stop that. And the teleport cooldown still goes off cooldown. So that is pretty big bummer for LGD's mid laner, as now he'll have to only rely on the hero's entrance to get him to a fight. And that means that he won't be able to respond to another play instead if it is too far away for him to do so. Now, things seem to have cooled down a bit. We have a minute and a half before the next dragon on the map. So, I think it's time to talk about one of our favorite sponsors that makes the show possible. If you want to get some one-on-one coaching from former pro players or current pro players, all from LTA, NECL, and ERLs, use the code LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff.gg, where you can get one-on-one with any of those aforementioned pros. And if you're trying to hit some solo queue goals by the end of Split 2, now's the time to do so.
Yeah, check them out. Should be good fun. And it's always nice to get a little bit of extra ranked climbing. For now, though, it looks like LGD are going to be starting up onto this Herald. Hoya pushing through the bot lane, does have the teleport available, will be looking to get involved, is going to press the teleport now, so this could turn into a pretty big fight.
Hoya has called the Forge God in a few minutes, but the equalizer's pretty nice. That's a nice exit route that is cut off, and the flash forward from Sasa and the big knockup from Climber's Cyclone has put an end to Thunder Talk's early roll. Feat of Warfare secured, and LGD wiped 3 off the map.
And this is the problem with going for these fights at this point in the game. First items have just come through for everybody, and LGD spike way harder on these early power spikes, and they are just going to be in such a stronger position with these ultis as well. It's built for the skirmishes, it's built for these team fights, and Thunder Talk, they just walk way too far up. They're going to lose their mid lane tier 1 tower as well. The gold lead explodes out, and that's even before this Herald is going to be picked up. Massive team fight win right here for LGD.
Are Aki and Satab going to wait for Climber to leave the vicinity first? They do. The stun from both the cease and desist with the Vault Breaker and the Anti-Tibbers might be enough damage there. They don't even need the cease and desist. Hell, it was just a full combo from Annie and just a bunch of punching from Aki.
There we go. At least they're going to be able to get something back right here. Our Thunder Talk still, they're going to find themselves down by about 1,000 gold. And now the Rift Herald into the back pocket of Climber. He can put this down either into the mid lane to crack a tier 2 or just keep on rolling with those tier 1s. It's just brilliant initial engage. And this is the layering for the wombo combo that you need. Get that Cyclone off, put that Equalizer down on top of everybody's heads. It's so tricky to get away from this team composition right here for LGD. Once they have you in their grasp, you are going down.
You know what also is going down? It's this tier 1 turret on the top side of the map, since LGD are dropping the Rift Herald in exchange for the 3rd dragon of the game. That'll make it 2 to the name of Thunder Talk, but that is first brick awarded to LGD and feats of strength completed by the LGD squad as well. So now, those tier 2 boots are going to be upgraded. The tier 3 boots will be available to purchase, and LGD will be that much stronger heading into the mid and late game stage. Now, as we talked about in Draft Bloxer, Thunder Talk are doing everything they can to slow down the game as much as possible, and when you look at the early bridges that are responsible for doing so, they're currently up. They haven't died yet, and they've gotten both a kill and assist for themselves so far.
It's worked out okay for Thunder Talk. They've over-aggressed in a couple of different situations, and that has put them down in a little bit of a hole. We saw it early on, where they go check onto that second Drake for no reason, and we lose 1xn and Feather's flashes, but that wasn't really punished. It's okay. They lose out decently badly on that skirmish, but are able to turn it back with a kill, with picking themselves up at least a little bit of extra aggression onto some towers. it's not the end of the world for them right now, and critically, this bridge is slowly getting built for 1xn. He's now on 2 items, has got those flicker blades completed. You really need that 3rd item to fully get yourself into a spot to be able to carry, but it's at least getting there. You are putting yourself into a good spot for Thunder Talk. They now just need to keep playing around the pick potential of their composition, because always trying to play these as straight up 5v5s is not going to work for them. LGD have got a much stronger wombo of a composition, but between Arky and Satab, you can pretty much always pick one person and at least get their flash, if not their life.
Yeah. If Thunder Talk want to opt into the 5-on-5s, they have to wait a little bit longer when 1xn is at least 3, if not 4 or 5 plus items, so that as soon as everyone clumps up from LGD, all it takes is a few auto attacks with the ricochets empowered just to do all the shredding for them. So Thunder Talk still need to stall out on the game before we get to the big old team fight stage. And LGD, they can rely on that comfort because in the next 30 seconds, Otacon is spawning. So Thunder Talk, I imagine the play for them, Bloxer, is try and find a proactive pick before the Otacon spawns, burn some summoner spells, make it so that the Otacon fight is as easy as possible, because otherwise LGD should be extremely favored going into that one.
And I think they need to do it quite quickly as well. I really don't want them to wait for another couple of minutes, because once you've got yourself a Drake and that Otacon up and available, it's just going to be so much extra to think about around these plays in the bottom side of the map. And so if you can be proactive, find yourself a pick right now, that's really going to help. Unfortunately for them, they've constantly got set up in the top side where he can't really help out in that goal.
Feather caught out by the Magnastorm. Hoya with the call of the Forge God should be able to send at least the knockup onto Sasa, but Savior has turned over to the tank, and now Hoya is going to be forced to flash over, but Savior still got a Valkyrie, a couple auto attacks, and the burn from Sasa's Leandries is enough to do the job. Otacon has spawned on the top side of the map, and thankfully for Thunder Talk, LGD are going to have to make the long track through. Aki forced to flash away. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, if he was looking for a quick pick, but now he lost his flash.
Yeah, and now you're down by a member, you don't have flash onto your jungler either. It's going to be so much harder to go for a potential steal. And throughout that entire play, Satab did teleport down, so you no longer get some pressure onto the top side of the map. For Thunder Talk, I don't feel like you can just let this one go, but it's going to be so tricky to try to turn this play around.
Yeah, I misspoke. Otacon's actually on the bot side of the map, so it's now worse for Thunder Talk given the situation there. Everyone's flashing over the wall. The Equalizer's beautifully plays in the choke point. Climber gets 100-0 by Satab, and that just might save Thunder Talk's chances, but Aki gets dropped, and now the rest of Thunder Talk are trying to keep the Otacon leashed. They're willing to take the flip because neither team has a jungler, and they're feeling pretty damn good about their chances now that Hoya has joined the fray. Feather also has unsealed spellbook, so he can use the smite to secure it, which is why Savior is looking for this cow, trying to take him out of the fight before the smite advantage is even used. Good knockup from Hoya, stalls it out, but they're looking for Feather. YCX goes in, Sasa flashing in, the flame spitter turned on to 11. YCX gets dropped, but they lose 1xn. That's a lot of their damage gone, and now Feather has to play hero. He has to hide in fog, but LGD knows better than to try and tempt fate on this one. They're trying to let Otacon reset, but Hoya is able to keep it leashed at 2.800 HP. But LGD finally pull it out of the Otacon pit, and the objective will fully reset.
Wow, what a mess of a fight right there. Thunder Talk get away with that with the skin of their teeth. Satab is able to get the full combo down onto Climber, takes him out at the beginning of that fight, and that's the only reason that LGD don't walk away with a king's ransom from that one. Now, both junglers are going to be back out onto the map. Resets coming on through as well. And Rafa, I hope you've got your breath back, because I think we're going to go for round 2 right here.
Oh, I'm ready, Bloxer. I just had to take a sip of good old H2O and get the throat all unparched. But now Thunder Talk, hopefully they are ready for the second round. Satab is able to escape from the Equalizer. Not a lot of damage, but it might set up for a play onto Satab. Good punt by Feather. Keeps Climber away from the Annie. 2-man knockup from the Call of the Forge God might set up a play. 3-man knockup from Hoya in the jungle. Here comes the hero's entrance looking for a counter engage with the big knockup. Aki falls. Satab is next. And Thunder Talk are crumbling in the face of LGD's might. Hoya tries to at least trade one onto Climber, and there's no jungler available. But Thunder Talk are going to lose everybody instead. And it's the ace for LGD at 23 minutes.
Yep, and things have gone long enough that you can also pick yourself up a Drake on the back end of this fight. An absolute win right here for LGD, and it looked a little bit risky right at the start. Sarsi drops the equalizer very early on. It doesn't really do too much, but unfortunately for ThunderTalk, Setab, he goes for the full combo onto YCX, who's already jumped into the crashdown, is able to get away, doesn't take all of that damage, and now you're losing out onto that big bit of burst onto some of the key carries. Well, have a look back at it, right? You've already lost equalizer. So I'm a bit worried about this one, but watch Setab right here. I've got this pick. No, you don't, unfortunately, and that's so much of your 100-0 damage just gone, and it allows for the re-engage to come through nice and easily. And Sarsi, once again, he was the carry on Rumble in the first matchup between these two teams, and he's doing it again, just walks at Feather and 1xN, burning them straight on down, and there's nothing you can do about this one.
It doesn't even matter that Sasa doesn't have the equalizer for that fight. He turns on the Flame Spitter up to 100% and completely keeps out ThunderTalk carries from being able to participate in that insane choke point that Hoya had set up for themselves, which is kind of a bummer, considering that that was probably the best fight that Hoya could have found for his team, and unfortunately it just did not matter. And now LGD have about a 4,000 gold advantage. ThunderTalk are not out of this game yet, but they are starting to run out of time before LGD can just take the snowball and run them over.
And it's really unfortunate because 1xN had himself a decent little advantage. He had a bit of CS lead. He was up by a decent bit in terms of items, but has really just stalled out at this 2-item mark. Slowly beginning to pull together enough gold to get that third item in inventory. But you need that third item to really be able to play this one out. Simultaneously, Arky as well manages to get himself his first item relatively early on into the game and still is yet to pick up that second item. The gold just is not flowing for ThunderTalk, and it's getting to the point where a wallet diff is just beginning to come through. Now, 25 minutes into the game where there's a Baron up, ThunderTalk, they're going to be forced into more of these choke points, into more of these engages that have been so good to LGD throughout this game.
Yeah, the wallet diff is so insane that Sasa is about to complete his third item with a 10-stack Dark Seal.
Yep.
Hoya hasn't even completed his second item.
No.
This man is on food stamps. It is a
It is
tragedy.
rough. It is really rough out here. Luckily, he is now going to tick over to level 13, so you can at least get yourself those ornaments coming on through. That's a little bit of extra scaling for ThunderTalk once we get later and later on, but still, level 13 here, 25 minutes into the game. You're not even able to hand out any of those to your other carries.
Feather finding a knock-up onto YCX. It's not one that ThunderTalk wanted to follow up on, though, because this is a very dark red quadrant that ThunderTalk have to gauge through. There's a lot of damage that is being exchanged between both supports at the moment, but Feather always has the benefit of that Unchained ultimate there for the damage reduction. But it's not enough for ThunderTalk to be able to push on through, but LGD are going to give up space for now. Baron is alive. The next dragon is spawning in 3 minutes and some change, and this is the first time that ThunderTalk might get a chance to try and retake control on the top side, but they don't even feel that comfortable to do it.
No, you can see they're playing pretty scared at the moment, trying to just get enough vision down that they're not constantly going to be walking into darkness. Picking up this Scuttle Crab is going to help, but like you said, still 2.5 minutes until we're going to end up with a Drake. Yeah, I mean, you can just turn straight on towards the Baron right now. ThunderTalk are going to be a little bit delayed towards the play if that's the decision. Instead, it's once again just vision setup. LGD, they don't want to throw this one away. They know they've got this game in the bag as long as they don't over-aggress. And for right now, they're just setting up their vision, taking it nice and slow. And the second that you walk into one of these choke points as ThunderTalk, there's just going to be an equalizer dropped right on top of your heads. And at that point, what do you even do?
Yeah, surprisingly though, ThunderTalk were not threatened by the tempo play that XQW went for, because they're not able to fully retake vision in that top red quadrant for themselves. So you saw the Setab was thinking about a recall, said, you know what, I got time for one more wave, and he's still walking back. So this Annie will have TP advantage now over the Galio, and I think this is one of the moments where, even if it doesn't prevent LGD from winning this game, these are some of the slip-ups, some of the misexecutions that will sometimes plague LGD against the stronger teams here in Group Nirvana.
And it's all just time. It's all just money going into Thunder Talk's pockets. They now get those 3 items completed onto Satab, onto 1xN. He gets himself that Mortal upgraded as well by Hoya on level 14. And this is a decent point right here for Thunder Talk. If they're going to find themselves a fight, they're getting to the point where it's going to now be possible. They need to make sure it's not messy. It needs to be slower, front to back, find that initial pick, then play it out, get 1xN enough time to sit and auto attack. But if that does end up happening, if you are able to find one of these fights where you don't just instantly get jumped in the back line and you don't end up with an equalizer on top of your head whilst you're knocked up in the Cyclone, it is possible for Thunder Talk to be able to turn this one back around.
Yeah. As the game goes on, the gold advantage, if it remains the same, does not feel as disparaging for the Thunder Talkers themselves. Dragon, now about to spawn in 55 seconds. It would be the 3rd Dragon for both teams and put them at Soul Point. Aki gets a chance to scoop out some of the vision that was placed down by LGD and completely put it into darkness for the side of LGD squad. Dragon approaching slowly, 35 seconds, so LGD can no longer necessarily feel comfortable about ripping the Baron if they do not want Thunder Talk to put themselves on Soul Point either, which is why we see the shift in focus.
Feather constantly stood on a ward, looking for these angles. It makes me quite worried that he's going to get jumped. As you said, the Unbreakable Will does go a long way towards finding a bit of extra safety. Thunder Talk, they try to get themselves priority over this mid wave. They are going to manage it, but can they get away?
3-man Magnastorm, there's the Cyclone right on top of it. Hoya doesn't even get a chance to cast. Call the Forge God for the knockup, and Savior gets the free hit. Everyone like it's shooting fish in a barrel. Satab will eventually fall to one last Q stun from YCX. That fight and setup was gorgeous from LGD.
And that's the thing, Thunder Talk, they want priority over the mid-wave, but I wasn't sure they were going to get away. I didn't think it was going to be quite that level of an engage from YCX, but there's a reason that we highlighted this player. Beautiful right there on the Magnet Storm, and now it's all on Thunder Talk to find a little bit of a steal right here. Arky over the wall, he knows what the Baron health is, he might be able to do this.
Flash, flash, flash. Does he have it? Oh, not in time. Climber secures it, and Aki's on a one-way trip without the flash. And LGD now take Baron at 30 minutes.
And now you lose out onto your jungler for the next 40 seconds, so Thunder Talk need to be careful to not lose the Baron and the Drake. The turnaround, though, potentially here. 1xN, he's hitting.
XQW might have set up the bait for Salsa.
Oh,
Here
no.
he comes. Flame Spitter turned up to full firepower. That's a double for the Rumble. It's a triple for a Rumble. 8-0 and 5. This Salsa Rumble has been cooking Thunder Talk all game long.
It absolutely has. It's 3-0 coming into today. It looks like it's going to be 4-0 at the end of this one now. LGD looking to crack open the base. They've got a couple of low health bars, and the respawns will be coming through in a couple of seconds' time. They're not going to be able to win the game right now, but LGD, they are in complete control of this one.
Just like that, Bloxer, we went from a 4,000 gold advantage to a 10,000 gold advantage.
Yep.
So now,
Yep.
What do Thunder Talk do?
What do Thunder Talk do indeed? Right now, it feels like they have absolutely no answers to the fact that Sarsi just gets to walk at them. This initial engage is really nice, but it's the second team fight that I think is way worse right here from Thunder Talk. You try to get yourself the steal, it doesn't work out, you now don't have your jungler, and you know that the Drake is up and available. You just have to concede this one. It's only going to be Soul Point. Losing out on that team fight, though, cost them that mid lane inhibitor. It cost them a ton of extra gold over to LGD. Like you said, it exploded the gold lead up to a 10k advantage. It's just so rough out here. It looks like Thunder Talk are just about going to be able to pick up their first tower of the game. 6 already grabbed here by LGD.
Pity prizes in full effect for Thunder Talk as they get a little bit of extra moolah in their pockets. But Thunder Talk are going to need a lot more than some spare change. They're going to need some reimbursement checks or something. Because Thunder Talk, we already said the Hoya was on food stamps, but Thunder Talk are going to need a lot more bailout now. They're going to need to take out a full-on loan with heavy interest rates on top of it. And Sasa with the equalizer might just burn him to a crisp as 1xN gets dropped below 50% HP. He's no longer getting a chance to participate in this fight. LGD just ripped through that inhibitor tower. This third inhibitor on the bottom side of the map will be the next one to fall. They still have a full top lane of structures to take out, but LGD might just try and finish the game with this push.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter at this point what Thunder Talk try. They're going to go for one last desperate bit of an engage, but the taunt immediately lands. Aki is just going to pay for this one with his life, and this looks like it should be the end.
Oh boy, those gauntlets get put down into the dirt. Satab gonna be next. A two-man taunt lands from XQW once again, and it's down to Hoya and 1xN to hold the line, but that line is crumbling down. LGD gonna pick up another ace in the base of Thunder Talk and take game 1 of the series.
Okay, gonna end in a quadra kill for Climber as well. Huge game right here for LGD. It felt like they were in control of this one basically from the very beginning to the very end right there, Rafa. There was no real looking back. Thunder Talk, they couldn't find their angles, and it's so rough to watch.
There was a couple moments where Aki and Satab managed to connect, find a couple picks, but a couple picks is not enough to get to that late game promised land where 1xN can flex his fingers and just start clicking away with 4-item, 5-item empowered Ricochet Sivir being able to just rip through the team. Never got a chance to do that. And that mid-game surge from Thunder Talk, that was a beauty.
Yeah, it was just Thunder Talk not playing around the composition that they had built for themselves. Yes, you've got yourself an Ornn and a Sivir and an Alistar. Those champions do just want a front-to-back team fight, but the Vi, the Annie, you need to go find a pick for yourselves, get that initial play going, and then you can play out the rest of the team fights. Every single time, they were just looking for the straight up front to back, and it didn't matter that 1xN had gotten himself to a decent few items, that he was in an okay spot. He just got walked at every single time. It was either Climber getting into the backline, YCX getting into the backline, or they didn't even need that initial bit of engage. Sarsy walks at you with the flame splitter up, chucks the equalizer down on top of your head, and there's nothing that you can do about it right here for Thunder Talk. In all of these games where they feel like they've got themselves something to play around, they don't actually try to execute on the strengths of their composition, and they pay the price every time.
It almost seems like Thunder Talk wait just a second too long for the perfect window to open up, and both times either YCX or Climber said, all right, I'm not waiting any longer, I'm sending it.
Yeah,
let's pray it's gonna be good, and then boom, it worked every single time because LGD were always committing to the play. And if Thunder Talk are scrambling to try and figure out how to react to the play, they're never really setting themselves up for success.
No, absolutely not. And I know we keep talking about Thunder Talk, but it really is on them to be able to fix this problem that they've been having throughout the entire split. This is the team with the extra pressure on their heads. Losing here to LGD takes them being able to get into the play-ins out of their hands. For LGD, they can afford to lose here, and things should still work out for them in the end. Of course, both of these teams, it's critical for them to be winning, but we can't take away just how impressive a game it was from LGD. This is now 2 matchups in a row versus Thunder Talk where Sarsy on the Rumble has just completely taken over a game. He played this one out excellent.
Deathless on the Rumble, flawless game.
Look at that gold.
These are the Rumble games that remind me, oh yeah, this is why the champion is pick or ban in the current meta, and why he's been so strong for so long over the course of the 2025 season. 26% of his team's damage, pretty damn admirable. Of course, when Sauce is being able to lead the way and be the main source of, oh god, we need to deal with this guy, panic factor from Thunder Talk, Savior just gets to have an open field on everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the main focus, at least for my eyes, in the majority of these team fights, and I don't think he's the main focus at all for Thunder Talk, so he gets to do what you're seeing in this team fight. He's just sitting and hitting. He's never getting jumped. He's never that person that's getting all of the damage blown onto him, and it's just so easy. You can see it once again. Satab, he's dropping that full combo, never onto the Corki, very rarely picking onto the Rumble either. It's these main damage carries that are just able to chill their way through with the majority of the team fights. It felt like every time Climber was the one getting jumped, which yes, taking out the jungler before objective fights is good, but if you're constantly trading it back for your own jungler, and then you're allowing these damage carries to still be alive and still be able to play out these team fights, it just isn't a winning formula. This fight is what I felt really just broke it open all the way for LGD. They were certainly in control before this team fight, but it was at this moment where everything looked like it had gone right for Thunder Talk. They immediately lose the fight, and then there was no hope of getting back in.
It was definitely their highest opportunity, or highest chance opportunity to win and come back into the game. And unfortunately for them, pretty much every single thing that could have gone right went completely wrong. Not a single kill was picked up here, I believe. Maybe, I think, one onto Climber, but like you said, picking one onto Climber is not going to change anything. They get the Otacon after that, and then this is the moment where Thunder Talk are just a little too hesitant and giving too much time for LGD to talk to each other and say, all right, let's go.
Yeah. I'm sad. I am. I'm a little bit sad. I really like Thunder Talk. And I really, really like 1xN, and it just feels like there's nothing that he can do in any of these fights, and it doesn't feel like he's particularly mispositioning in a lot of these plays. He's just getting walked at. This one is the one that I was really thinking of. I'm glad that it comes up. Sarsi just wanders at him, and you don't actually get to sit and hit at any point as 1xN. The team compositions don't really allow for it in a lot of these situations, but he's constantly being put on these hyperscalers. I would really like to see 1xN given something that can try to play the lane early on, because actually they had a decent 2v2 time in that bottom lane. They nearly managed to get themselves up some of those kills in a lane that should have been quite bad for them.
And this is why throughout Split 3, I have just been talking about 1xN and Feather as players who are hoping to show the best that they can, regardless of what happens to their season, so that they can end up on a better team in 2026. Whether it's on the same roster with Thunder Talk and they rebuild with better players around them, or if they can escape and go to a different org that wants to build around them.
We've been hearing the free Shadow cries last time around. I mean, I'm very much on the free 1xN train.
Free 1xN!
Free 1xN. If you keep him with Feather, I'm okay with that, but it just, the solo lanes are not working out. The jungle is not working out right now. People thought that Arky coming in for Thunder Talk might be the revitalization that this roster needed, having lost Bechuan, but it just didn't end up happening. Player of the game, gonna come on through though. Sarsi's gonna pick it up. That would have very much been my bet right here. He was just all over this game.
Yeah. 8-0-8. Flawless Rumble game.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you ask for, really? This guy gapped Hoya in the top side of the map, was ahead by 2,000, 3,000 gold before we got to the point of no return for Thunder Talk. So props to him, as he was able to make a showstopper performance on this Rumble last time, as you noted, these two teams faced each other, and he does it again. So a little bit of deja vu. And before we head on over to a break and get ready for game 2 of this series, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content and seeing your name on screen once a week. Without further ado, it's time to head to a break. We'll see you after game 2. And welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game 2. Not after game 2. I meant after for game 2, if you caught that toss. But it's okay, because now LGD and Thunder Talk will be returning to the stage for our second draft phase of the series. LGD are at match point. A win here auto-qualifies them to the play-in stage for that playoff bracket.
And it's such an important thing to be able to grab for yourself. So you get that one final best of 5 to see if you can actually get into those playoffs. Obviously, Worlds, that's a real high shot for any of these teams. But just getting the chance to play more League of Legends before a long off-season into that split number 3, that's everything that these teams are going to want to do. Show yourself off to as many different teams, as many different fans as possible. Like you said at the end of the previous round, right? This is such a big job interview for all of these players, and incredibly important to get more League of Legends to show yourself off.
Yeah, just because you can't make it into the playoff stage doesn't mean you can't make yourself look as juicy as possible for a rebuild for any of the other orgs that want to go all the way in 2026. And it's not just with the Thunder Talk members. LGD members still can be sought out after by other teams going forward, because we have to remember, players like XQW and YCX, this is their breakout year going into the LPL. So this is an exciting time for them to continue showing how much they can develop. And even though YCX wasn't our MVP of the last game, YCX did find a lot of those crucial engages. And so if you're a team that is struggling with their current support, maybe YCX is someone that you look at for the future.
Maybe look towards this guy. He had himself a very nice game. That Rel, beautiful. Some of those magnet storms was exactly what they needed. That one in the mid lane specifically, he flashes in, massive magnet storm, and with a composition that's as wombo focused as that one was, you get to drop the equalizer on everyone's head, and from that point the fight is already just won. He really was popping off, and if he can give us a similar performance in this game too, it's going to be very tricky for Thunder Talk to be able to overcome that.
Even Salsa, man, I forget that this guy is also technically a first-year breakout as well when I'm looking at his team history, coming up from the LGD squad, as well as actually coming from Thunder Talk's own developmental team. So facing off against his org and what could potentially be qualifying to the play-in stage of bracket and putting his former org in a spot where they might not be able to make it. You know, it's not necessarily revenge, but it's, you know, it's a nice way to kind of build your confidence up as now we resume our second draft of the series. I want to see some spicy picks, please. We're on 15-16 for a reason. Have yet to see it outside of a brand jungle for Blast Night.
Everything has been pretty standard, pretty much what we've been expecting, what we've been watching throughout the entirety of this year so far. The Ambess are going to be locked in first right here for Hoya. The response potentially going on towards picking up this Talia, one of those highest priority picks for a reason. You can pair it up very well with something aggressive with a lot of movement into the jungle and just go play across the entirety of the map, something LGD have been able to do pretty well for themselves, especially in these matchups versus Thunder Talk. And with a lot of these highest priority top laners off of the board, I do wonder what Sarsi now has to take into this Ambessa, because a lot of those standard counters have been taken away. The fact that the Renekton's gone, the Gwen's gone, it's getting into the deeper stages of his champion pool.
Well, Bloxer, Sasa is a well-known Udyr enthusiast, and if memory serves correctly, he has taken the Udyr into the Ambessa matchup a few times this split already. Has it been favorable for him?
No.
Not really, but you know what? I appreciate the flair. Now, LGD did not immediately go for the Xin combo with the Talia because they knew that Trundle was available. So that's why the lock-in comes in from there. But then Thunder Talk say, well, we're not going to take the Xin. We're going to take the Jarvan because this is kind of a playable matchup. We don't have to always be in melee range to engage with the Trundle. And they combo it with the Akali. So now you have a lot of burst potential, have a lot of pick potential from this three-man core from Thunder Talk. LGD, what is Sauce's answer into the Ambessa? They're hovering this Yorick, and it's locked in.
Alrighty, we were talking about the Yorick in the pregame and what we thought about this champion, and I was a little bit suspicious of it, right? Play like Bin was what we said. Well, Sarsi, he's been enjoying this champion. He's been playing it a decent amount so far. It hasn't been going great for them, but then again, LGD, they haven't won a ton of games, so that's not overly surprising. It's interesting paired up alongside the Talia, because you've now got champions that do very well for you in the side lanes. Between the Trundle and the Yorick as well, these towers are going to melt if you ever get priority on towards them. I think that's going to make the Grubs a very key objective for both of these teams to try to fight over.
Yeah, and it gives XQW a lane to play to and try and help them carry. Very similar to the setup that we got in Game 1 where XQW had the Galio for themselves. Now, in the second round of bans, Poppy, nice way to try and deny a lot of these Thunder Talk champions from being able to get into the backline, which is why that is banned off the table. 1XM being denied, one of those late game carries that he has been a big fan of, I should say, in the Senna and the Lucian as well, so that Thunder Talk can't get this super aggressive mid-game spiking composition for themselves. That, to me, that says that LGD don't care if 1XN all-ins for the Smolder instead.
Yeah, they clearly are okay with that. I do wonder if they're actually going to go towards something more like the Kai'Sa, banned out in the second round last time around, something that you can get very aggressive on in the early laning phase still. I was going to say alongside the Neeko, if you can grab it, LGD, they're going to recognize that giving over the Neeko alongside that Jarvan was going to be really rough, and they're going to pick it up for themselves. It's something YCX has also played really well on, and you've been seeing it across every major region recently. The Pot Blossom is just that ability that you can find massive teamfight angles for, and it's going to make this composition that otherwise would struggle a little bit in straight up 5v5 teamfights much easier to execute.
Oh, but Thunder Talk answer with the Ezreal Karma bot lane, so a lot of poke, a lot of lane priority. What do LGD answer and try and pair with this Neeko instead? You already talked about the Kai'Sa being something that was banned in the first game during the second round. LGD don't necessarily have the biggest dive composition set, but the Killer Instinct is still a nice way to reposition and play off of any engaged tools that LGD have at their disposal.
Yeah, this was the bot lane that I wanted Thunder Talk to be able to grab for themselves, but the second that the Neeko's taken away, it's a lot weaker to then pair up the Kai'Sa alongside something else, and this poke bot lane is going to be very interesting to see into the Kai'Sa Neeko, because Kai'Sa Neeko is usually used to just completely take over a lane matchup and to bully out onto an opponent. It's very easy to do that when you're into one of those melee engage supports, but you don't have that now. All of a sudden, you're into something that's a lot more long range than you. This is a lane that actually Thunder Talk can take control of and poke out onto LGD, and I wonder how much that's going to now draw these junglers down into the bottom side of the map to try to get their bot lane the advantage.
A couple things to know here, Bloxer, too, is that Thunder Talk don't have a real tank on their team. They have a couple bruisers that can be very beefy and durable in the HP department, but no one's an Ornn, no one's a Scion, and for Trundle, even though he's a bruiser, he'll become a pseudo tank off of a subjugate. So this really does put a little bit of a strain on Thunder Talk. If they do not get ahead with this composition, these guys are gonna all get popped.
Still, those snap engages out of Thunder Talk are going to be really fun, and Setab onto something a little bit more aggressive, it's usually his better look. The Aurora, the Akali, those have been the champions he's really been able to shine on. It's still not exactly finding them a ton of wins, but into an LGD who have some squishier members with slightly more immobility on them, if Setab is able to get himself a little bit of an early advantage, one kill on an early roam alongside the Jarvan potentially, then you are just threatening onto the backline and allowed to stop XQW and Savior from really being able to step up in any of these team fights if they're constantly worried about an Akali jumping them on the backline.
Big weight to carry on the side of Thunder Talk. Let's see how they can do it, or if it's an LGD win for Game 2 of the series.
Let's do it, let's do it. Not going to pause for the Jayas this time around. They didn't exactly come through last time out, and instead I really want to be seeing where these junglers start for themselves. I would not be surprised if we end up with double top lane starts, because this bot lane is that juicy lane that you really want to be looking at. The top lane matchup you don't mind leaving alone for the most part. Hoya's going to be looking to be more aggressive later on in the game for these team fights. Sarsi wants to be murdering the towers and then potentially joining up for team fights later on if needed, but the bot lane, that's where this early explosivity can potentially come from, and either of these bot lanes getting ahead is going to be massive for their chance of winning.
Would definitely love to see if Aki or Climber wants to alter their opener path to see if they can get to that bot lane just a little bit sooner and give their bot lane the extra edge in the lane. But that is totally dependent on how volatile the lane is set up in the first place, and when you have something like an Ezreal Karma for that extra poke, you can make it happen. So all about these first couple levels here. The other thing, too, is that Aki is starting on the bottom side of the map. The fabled level 2 red into bot side gank is something that I always love to do. And look at Aki's pathing. He knows that there could be a ward. Oh, he's
no!
Woman,
that's a shame.
It's all cooked. Never mind.
That's a shame.
I'm no longer excited.
If he'd have been able to flag and drag over that wall, that would have been really sneaky. Could have gotten in for a potential gank around behind the LGD members. Still, I don't think it actually changes too much overall. They were not going to be pushing up this LGD bot lane. You're always going to get poked out right here by the Ezra on the Karma. So it would have been a rough gank to have tried to make work anyway. And at least now you've been spotted out, you are going to force Climber into a little bit more of a vertical jungling situation. He should be aware that he's lost out onto a ton of his jungle. Interesting that he's actually still heading down towards this way. This might open up Arky to have just a massive CS advantage if he gets away in this situation.
I guess Climber just wants to still protect his bottom lane and not leave them on an island, which I can respect. Yeah. And Climber's saying, I don't need to take Aki's camps on the top side of the map. I just need to make sure that I am constantly tracking him and ensuring that he doesn't get an advantage for 1xN and Feather.
Yeah, still, reset coming through from XQW means that the early move can fully come through from Setab if this one is spotted out. Looks like Climber is going to be able to get away with it. The teleport coming back on through as well is just going to keep him alive. Still, you've lost out onto your blue and your Gromp, and you've turned it back around for some chickens and a little bit of help for your bottom lane if they got pushed around a little bit too much. I'm not sure that that's super worth it in this situation for Climber, but we'll have to see what Arky can actually do to make the most of this gift that he's been given.
I mean, Aki has returned to the bottom side of the map, going for a very improvised jungle clear, trying to see if he can still find a moment. YCX is below 50% HP. It's volatile enough as the heal is popped by the Nico just to give Savior a little bit of extra healing.
You don't win
now,
this, LGD.
Oh, Savior and YCX. They go for the flash forward.
Oh!
It's first blood. I think it ended up going to 1xN, and Aki, persistent in his presence, is able to get the second kill of the game for Thunder Talk.
That's real rough right there for LGD, that they're going to have this wave pushed in as well. They're going to lose out onto a ton right now. The response from Climber is going to be heading into the mid lane. Setab going to have to flash away from that seismic shove, or he would have been caught out there. Not ideal that you lose the flash onto your mid laner. Still, Thunder Talk very happy with that early play.
We talked about how important it was for 1xN and Feather to find an early advantage in this side of the matchup, because now it can directly influence how much priority, how much push you get for those early game objectives. Looks like Climber was still able to secure the blue buff away from 1xN with the power of that smite. And now that Climber's bot lane has been completely wrecked, or at least not completely wrecked, but Savior is now down some of her spells. Yep. It's now up to LGD to decide, do we want to try and save this bot lane, or do we just completely play for the top side instead?
I wasn't certain that LGD were going to be able to actually pick themselves up any trade kills right here. 1xN, he does take that full stack plasma, which is why he ends up dying right at the very end. The Acathian Rain just going to be enough for the auto to land the kill, but the fact you then managed to take the return kill onto ICX as well for Arky, getting some of these key carries ahead. 1xN Arky now with kills on the board. They're going to be feeling good about the way that that early play worked out. And now, with the bot lane swapping up towards the top side of the map, it'd be interesting to see if either of these junglers want to move towards this Drake. An early Infernal would be nice.
If anything, if you can bring Setab, who is now level 6, towards the top side of the map too, there's no summoner spells on Savior, and neither he or YCX are level 6 to have those counter dive measures in the Killer Instinct and Pop Blossom. This is a way that you can continue leveraging this snowball window for Thunder Talk Gaming, as we got to remember, this is not a late game scaling composition. This is a mid game hard hitting composition. If you can give yourself a big gold lead by the time when you get to that window, Thunder Talk might be in a good spot for this second game.
And they might be sending us to a game 3, which incredibly important for them. Losing 0-2, it locks LGD into those top 4 spots. It puts Thunder Talk with their fate completely out of their hands. They'd need to win their last matchup and have things go right for them across the rest of the group. Really a rough spot to put themselves in. They need to get this one ahead right now. Drake going to be started up by Thunder Talk. They're going to be able to take this one down relatively easily. I don't see Climber particularly turning up to go for a counter engage. He is going to know this is happening. They're doing this fully on a ward of Thunder Talk.
Can Climber do anything about it? Doesn't look like it. Sauce is walking up just to see if he can get some chip damage on Hoya, but he's got to be careful about not overextending himself. Otherwise, Aki can get the jump on him and force a summoner spell. Climber's now working his way towards the top side of the map. We got Grub spawning in about a minute and 10.
And we highlighted during the draft phase just how important these grubs are going to be for both of these teams. If LGD are able to grab them, you are just going to melt straight through these towers. ThunderTalk critical to not let all of that objective go. If they can grab themselves at least one grub, that's going to help out for those later game pushes, because towers were a huge problem for the team in the last one, right? I think they ended up getting one tower across the course of the entire game.
Not an ideal look for the team that is currently down one game in this series. Now, for LGD, they are starting to come up on the window where their bot lane should be a lot safer from a dive being engaged upon by ThunderTalk. Barriers back up. Level 6 achieved by Savior, so he has that killer instinct for the repositioning. YCX should be getting his level 6 for Pop Blossom, so it seems like the window has closed for something to try and drive the snowball further. It'll have to come down to how the two teams fight at the Grubs.
And it's not like we had in the previous game where one of these compositions absolutely out-skirmishes the other. They've both got these key champions that can really make these skirmishes work for them. It's also going to be interesting to see how much we get these top laners joining up with any of these fights. Teleport available for Sasi, not available for Hoya, and he is walking down towards the bottom side, so this could turn into a little bit of a members advantage.
And Aki's late to the Grubs, so Climber should be able to at least secure one, if not all of them, depending on how hard ThunderTalk try and brute force their way into the river. XQW doing a good job of zoning and poking down Aki, but now that's the Unraveled Earth expended. Aki flashes in, looks for the dunk on the XQW.
Oh!
It's still two Grubs, but the flash from YCX with the Pop Blossom still turns the tides of the battle. Savior still healthy enough to try and auto-attack his way through it, but Feather and 1xN are keeping LGD at bay, and now it's just the battle for the final Grub in the pit. Who's gonna get a 905 HP? Only 600 smites available. Climber goes down, and it's ThunderTalk that take the jungler and the last Grub of the pit.
You said fish in the barrel last game, but I think that fight was more of that than anything else I've seen. 1xN is just free hitting throughout the entirety of that fight and comes out of that one 3-1-1. He's in such a strong position. You managed to at least get one of the Grubs as well for ThunderTalk. They're going to be very happy with the way that that fight shook out.
Take a look back at the replay. Once again, as soon as XQW uses his major zoning tool, it's Aki full send.
Let's go. Immediately goes leaping in, and the fact that SQW gets insta-popped right here removes so much of the damage from this LGD composition. And now watch 1xN. He is chilling throughout the entirety of this fight, having a perfectly good time, can just constantly be throwing as many of those Mystic Shot through as he wants, even just jumping on forwards, doesn't care that Climber is going to end up behind him, going to be able to take out those kills as well. And now 5-1 with a decent 2,000 gold advantage for ThunderTalk.
And some big things to note off of that fight. 1xN, because he was in such a safe spot, he doesn't have to burn any summoner spells. Savior lost all of his summoner spells off cooldown. So now, the snowball window for a dive against this bot lane has opened up once again.
Hang on.
Well, Aki doesn't have flash from the prior engage, and that is a dead Jarvan.
Goodbye to Aki. Gonna give that kill over critically to XQW, one of these carries that really needed a little bit of extra gold into the back pocket. But ThunderTalk, they're gonna look to get aggressive, jumping forwards right here. Climber's just gonna go down, I think. Yeah.
That was beautiful by 1xN. He arcane shifted over the seismic shove. It looked like it tagged him, but the buffer allowed him to still keep track of Climber, and that gets revenge off of Aki.
And the fact that you're now able to take your own enemy jungler back down, get even more gold right here into the back pocket of your bot lane. This is how ThunderTalk win games. When you have 1xN empowered to jump forwards on a champion with mobility that he can make things happen for himself, and the support pieces around him haven't fallen really far behind. Feather's in a good spot. Arky's in a pretty good spot despite dying right there. And top lane has just been chilling throughout this entire game. That's fine right here for ThunderTalk.
You know, Bloxer, I really like this adaptation and change from ThunderTalk, because they've been trying to go the late game carry route and just say, we're going to pray that we can make it to past 25-30 minutes and that 1xN will bail us out. After that first game, 1xN said, guys, I am no longer waiting with my hands tied behind my back. I want to have agency in this game. And Ezreal's not necessarily a champion that gets off the ground super early, right? But he's been gifted the kills, and now he's the one in control.
And he has a really strong spike once you do get that Trinity Force into your inventory. He's been able to stack this tier up very quickly as well, so the Merman are going to be coming through nice and easily as well. And pairing him up alongside the Karma means that as much as, yeah, maybe the Ezreal in and of itself isn't going to be super strong during those early levels, alongside the Karma, that poke is so annoying to try to deal with that they're able to force the issue. They're able to get those kills in the 2v2 down in the bottom side of the map, and now he gets that gold early on, is beginning to just roll with it. 2 Drakes into the inventory of the Thunder Talk members as well. They are in firm control.
When this Moonstone hits, oh my goodness, Bloxer.
Yep.
We're going to have obnoxious poke from the empowered Qs. We're also going to have obnoxious shielding for this Ezreal, who's going to feel even more bold to just shift forward and dunk Trinity Force empowered Mystic shots on LGD's members. And the worst part of it is, I don't know who can build a Serpent's Fang this game for LGD.
Nope. Hang on. Zasi, again, gonna get jumped. Flash is away, so he is at least gonna be able to walk this one out. Same said for Setab. Not sure.
First cast. Second cast of perfect execution. Dodges out on the pillar, but he's still forced to flash away. So now this Akali is down an ultimate, down a summoner spell, but that's okay because Thunder Talk's eggs are in the 1xn Ezreal basket right now.
And it is interesting, right? We came into this game talking about Setab, how we wanted to see him be able to get ahead, and actually has been able to do so. Grabbed a kill during that skirmish, is in a decent spot right here on the Akali, but like you said, it's not really about him when it comes to the straight-up damage. What Setab's going to be bringing to these fights is stopping XQW and Saver from being able to sit in spots they want to and land any of their abilities or autos that they need to. He doesn't actually have to be that damage dealer.
He's going to be like a fly instead. But the fly isn't just bothering you, it's threatening to kill you. So you have to pay it attention. YCXO looking for a pop blossom. Flash and follow up from Savior. 1xn is in trouble. One more auto attack should be enough. It's XQW over the wall that considers or gets the job done at the very least. And 1xn is finally shut down.
Still, the fact that you're able to trade that one back, despite the fact that LGD blew almost everything to be able to make that play works, isn't going to be ideal. Thunder Talk, you need to protect onto 1xn a little bit more, and the fact that Flash and Arcane Shift wasn't enough to keep him alive there, little bit worrying. Still, LGD, like we said, have blown a lot to be able to try to find that initial play, and that is going to leave them with a couple of key ultis, a couple of key flashes not available for this next fight.
It is a little difficult to lock down Ezreal even without Flash, but let's take a look back at this replay.
Oh, he needed to Arcane Shift and Flash instantly to really have any chance of surviving this one. Still, he nearly gets away. It is going to be XQW picking up that kill, and it is a 500 gold shutdown too, so that's a good chunk of gold, a big gold injection into XQW's back pocket, and he is going to be one of the main damage dealers for LGD, so that's going to be real nice to have grabbed.
It's always unfortunate when you think, okay, all I need to do is pop my E. Oh, now I need to pop my Flash. Oh, well, okay, well, I'm still dead.
Still,
if you had just done both of the actions at the beginning, you could have preserved HP and maybe been able to turn the fight around. Also, Bloxer, I'm just looking at Feather's items.
Yeah.
It is not going to be a Moonstone rush. It looks like a Shurelya's rush, and I'm not sure how I feel.
Yeah, I feel like the extra heal and shield coming on through would have been really nice to have had. At the same time, though, you can understand it, right? You've got yourself a composition with an Ambessa, a Jarvan, and a Kali. These champions want to go flying in. That extra bit of movement speed is really going to help. Sure. And also, it will just allow 1xn to weave his way through these fights a little bit easier. I do agree. I think Moonstone would have potentially been what I would have been looking towards, but I can understand the logic here for Feather.
Yeah. A little bit of extra movement speed. It's kind of like a mini Sivir ulti, and that's always a nice way to just say, get in there, guys! But I think the later the game goes on, that shield power, maybe, if Feather can still have the economy to get that for himself, then it won't bite them in the butt as much as not getting a first item would. But LGD are not too far behind the curve. 2,000 gold down in overall gold, but Thunder Talk have acquired both of the dragons, and the only thing that LGD have for themselves in terms of objective control were those 2 grubs.
And that has resulted in Sasi, who we really haven't been talking about these top laners throughout the entirety of this game. I don't know that he's seen a tower. I think he gets a little bit of damage down onto the bottom lane tower, but at this point in the game, you really want to have at least grabbed yourself a decent chunk of plates early on, be well on your way to a second item right here as the Yorick, because if you are just going even alongside an Ambessa, the Ambessa's going to bring way more to a team fight, and right now, LGD, they're not far enough ahead to be able to take these fights 4v5 and not worry about needing to teleport Sarsi down into any of these objective fights. It's making it so LGD, they're going to have some really tough decisions once we get these objectives spawning, and speaking of, we've got 10 seconds now until the next Drake's available.
Thundertalk are so strong they don't even need Satab to be at this fight. He can ensure that Sasa is not threatening on the top side of the map, and he's got to teleport just in case things get really hairy. So Thundertalk should be favored. Now, there's no flash on 1xn, but the power of the Arcane Shift is definitely a nice one to have on your side when LGD don't have the most secure way of trying to lock someone down.
Real rough, especially with all of the poke available too for both of these compositions. These little choke points, these little pockets of darkness, just make it so scary for stepping up. Hoya, he's going to try to establish a little bit of bot lane control. 1xn going to establish mid lane control. Arky takes a decent chunk of damage, but he is going to be a Jarvan, just able to jump away on that one. That's not really going to change the outcome of this team fight too much right here.
I was expecting Aki's health bar to get completely destroyed, and then I saw how little damage came out, and I was like, wow, this is nice for Thundertalk. They don't absolutely lose their positioning over this dragon off of that play. Now, yep. LGD trying to force their way back into the river here. They'll at least give them some control of this line brush, maybe into the red quadrant. Are they going to pull the dragon?
They are going to start this one up. You really don't want to be giving Soul Point over to Thundertalk right now, but immediately this one is going to be spotted out. And Thundertalk dropping the Herald. Now they can just go for this engage. No, they have push in the mid lane as well.
Oh yeah, threatening on the right side. Already 2,000
Oh, it's for engage!
Teleport is coming in from Sasa as well. Aki's the only one here with Hoya. Who's going to get it? Climber secures the dragon. No Soul Point for Thundertalk, but now who wins the fight? YCX looking for the flash. Pop Blossom does find 1xn! And he gets flicked by the seismic shove. He had every summoner spell, and it just did not matter. Thundertalk have lost their main carry, and I don't think Satab can win this fight with them. Aki sends it with the Cataclysm, but he just goes in on a one-way mission. Hoya's trying to run for his life. The flash coming out does not tag him, and he gets the blast cone to his safety. But man, that is a tragic way to end that fight for Thundertalk.
You think of the Ezreal as such a safe ADC, but 1xn gets instantly jumped, dies with all his summoner spells available, and then seconds later Hoya arrives, Hoya presses ult, Hoya misses ult, and at that point there's no hope of being able to turn that fight back around for Thundertalk. They're going to lose out big time. They're going to lose a bot lane tower, they lose out onto that Drake as well, and the Drake stacking that was looking so nice for them all of a sudden gets snapped in half.
I just really want to see this replay, because it just feels like 1xn should not be caught by a Pop Blossom that isn't even empowered by Rocket Belt. Sure, there was Flash, but it should not happen.
It already starts weird. The Herald being popped is then used as an engage tool right here out of Feather onto, like, nobody really. Like, that doesn't help. Cool. Now the Herald isn't really going to do any damage to the mid lane tower, and you've not used the engage.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, I didn't see he shifted in. Oh my god.
And then Hoya misses the public execution as well. It just completely whiffs between everybody. Yeah, bit of a disaster fight right there from Thundertalk. That's pure Thundertalk gaming. There's a reason that this team have had as many losses in a row, that this would be a 6th loss in a row if they can't turn this one back around. And now Hoya just getting chased down by Zarsi right now. Gets chunked way below half HP. Oof.
Well, on the bright side, 1xn still has both summoner spells, so we'll see if he can actually use them to avoid the next engage. But now that YCX has a Proto Belt, these engages are a little bit more reliable, so it will be at least costing one of those mobility spells from 1xn's Ezreal. And for LGD, they have done a decent job of being able to close the gold gap. It is still in favor of Thundertalk with a majority of the advantage in Aki and 1xn's pockets, but that is not something to write home about. You really need to be finding big snowball windows. And with Otacon on the map, that is the next big objective that could determine the fate of this game.
LGD looking for a repeat performance right here, and they've got multiple members of Thunder Talk all stood right on top of each other. This could be a decent engage opportunity right here for YCX. Keep a close eye on the support for LGD.
Send the clone in, say tab, keeping tabs on the top side of this entrance. Weaver's Wall from XQW will split up members. 1xN and Aki on the other side. They dash in, commit into Hoya Zambesa, and immediately take him out of the fight. 6,000 HP on the Otacon. Feather trying to step up and look for a leash. He gets rooted by YCX's Tangled Barbs. Say-Tab now on the flank, looking for XQW. He flashes in, Aki goes in. Climber secures the Otacon, and Aki gets blown up to shreds. Say-Tab finds XQW, finds Sasa, but gets blown by Savior. Now 1xN and Feather trying to do what they can to flash away, and the root guarantees that Climber cannot close the gap, but 1xN and Feather can't do anything. Thunder Talk get Thunder Domed in the Otacon pit.
And don't end up picking up the objective, lose a ton of the kills as well. 1xN and Feather are at least going to be able to get themselves away from this fight. The flash was needed in that second engage. You were correct, it does keep 1xN alive here, but it is just another team white fight win for LGD. And they have managed to get themselves back to even in the goal. They're beginning to stack these objectives. Rafa, I think LGD are going to be in control of this game.
And this means LGD is one step closer to securing this game win. A series win, remember, guarantees that they will go to the play-in stage of the playoff bracket.
And this fight is just so split. I wasn't sure if I was loving the fact that it's everything blown right here to kill Hoya, but the second that he dies, you've now not got any of that frontline engage. You highlighted it perfectly during the draft phase, Rafa. There's no true tank, so nobody at this point can just step up and absorb the pressure. Say-Tab actually does an admirable job of being able to get himself into the backline right here, picks himself up 2 kills, 1 onto Sassy, onto XQW. That's something, right? Without that, it's a complete disaster of a fight, but still, needing your Akali to find some miracle plays to even go close to even in these fights, not a good situation.
And now LGD are going to be contesting Thunder Talk for the 4th Dragon of the game. Thunder Talk, if they can secure it, will be at Soul Point afterwards, but the Otacon buff on LGD's side is a massive one to have and really gets the snowball rolling in these team fights. XQW on the wrong side of the tracks here. He's completely separated. There's the public execution for Hoya, but Savior's able to dash to his mid laner's safety. YCX with Pop Blossom forces them back. 1xN might have the world at his fingertips, but Hoya gets blown up once again, and now Climber's on the offensive, just biting 1xN down to size. Say-Tab finally finds the execution onto XQW, dashes over the wall, but Savior was waiting for him in the Raptor pit, and LGD, they're gonna flash on top of Aki. This Jarvan is totally cooked. He gets the EQ over the wall, but he's way too low to contest for the Dragon.
Thunder Talk, they have the world in their hands, but 3 uncoordinated, messy team fights in a row is going to throw their entire lead in the bin. The Dragon going to go down. You can get a push going on in the mid lane as well right here. And LGD, they're going to explode out to a massive gold lead right now.
All the gold that is going to be coming in off of these turrets is going to be so damn nice. Wait, Aki? Can he go in? EQ? Oh, okay.
Good. Correct decision.
Good restraint.
Yet the chance that you steal that one away, so slim, and the chance that you die, almost guaranteed if you go over this wall. We'll have a look back at this fight. The initial bit of engage kind of misses right here. It's a good bit of buffering onto Hoya, landing the public execution onto XQW, stopping himself from getting seismic shoved back. I liked that beginning part, but it's right here where 1xN steps up way too far forwards, isn't able to sit and hit because of the minion wave sat in front of him. And at that point, you just get turned around on Say-Tab, thinks he's safe over the wall. Savior is going to say thank you very much for the delivery of an extra 300 gold.
You can almost see the desperation in a couple of these members from Thunder Talk. They just feel the pressure. They feel the strain of this game that was once in their hands just slipping away, and what could have been a very safe and smooth sailing into a Game 3 extension of this series. LGD are now in the driver's seat once again. The gold lead isn't that massive, but we have to remind everyone that Thunder Talk were favored at the part of the game just 5 minutes ago. And now that window has eclipsed and LGD are in control.
Oh, YCX gets into the backline again.
2-man Tangled Barb. Savior can just follow up with the Agavian Rain. Feather is going to go down, but 1xN still pumping out damage. Wait a minute, Thunder Talk! Surge back to life, able to eliminate 4, and now with this Baron, they can swing back in control of this game.
My lord, we miss what starts that fight off, and it looked good for LGD once again, but they're going to lose out onto all of their members other than Sassy. Sassy actually going to teleport in right here completely alone. He's going to be into 4 members. Don't know if he's going to be able to do anything right now.
What?
What
Okay.
was
Replay.
Sassy expected to do there?
Replay. I watched the Baron go down? Okay. What happens to start this fight out? Because we jump into this one a little bit late. YCX missed. He's in the backline, but he completely misses that Pop Blossom to start things out. And 1xN manages to land a True Shot Barrage across 3 members, and he's just pumping the damage from that point. Between him and Satab, they just rip the heads off of the LGD members, and this is something that LGD do need to be cognizant of going forwards in the remaining team fights that we have in this game. If you actually allow Satab to sit and land his damage, he is incredibly strong at the moment, and this is pre him having Death Cap. That's 2 needlessly large rods in his inventory already. He's very close to being at a point where he could just one-tap either of the main carries for LGD.
This Akali is starting to reach a critical mass point where it doesn't even matter about the defensive tools you have. You can just try and blow someone up before they get a chance to react. We already asked that Satab has to be the one that steps up, and while 1xN did have that mid-game spike, it is now up to not just 1xN, but also Satab to ensure that ThunderTalk don't feel like a one-carry team, and that can open up space for 1xN to safely take out everyone else.
He's stepping up a little bit towards this blue buff. Multiple members of LGD in the area. They are going to be able to steal this one away. And that is actually very annoying for an XQW to not have that blue buff available to him, to just be running out of mana constantly on these fights. It's going to be a little bit rough. Big push going on down towards the bottom side of the map. Nobody on mid lane at all at the moment, but that's not going to be the focus for ThunderTalk. They want to see if they can crack open this tier 2 tower. Unfortunately for them, XQW does have a ton of wave clear available to him, so it is going to be a slow push. Just protect that Baron Empowered Cannon minion and see what it can do.
Decent True Shot Barrage takes a chunk out of XQW's health bar. Looks like Savior will have to respond to the mid wave being pushed in by Satab, whereas Sasa is getting a lot of alone time on the top side of the map, and that's going to force ThunderTalk's hand eventually, as now Satab taking the recall just to make sure that he can pick up the wave. We already have actually 1xN and Aki taking recalls there because the pressure was starting to surmount too much.
Still, those resets are going to come through, and Satab now does complete that death cap, so he's going to be incredibly strong in this coming fight. And with the resets on, you can now walk back out, retake control around this bottom side objective, and see what you can do, because it's going to be sole point for whichever of these teams can pick up this Drake.
Low-key Climber, build a locket.
I can see it.
Like, you're Trundle. You don't need to do anything else, and if you can like fit that in as a very cheap item, because I don't know if YCX can build it this game or will have the money for it.
Engage. Just constantly watching YCX to see where that Pop Blossom is coming. That's what's been ruining team fights to ThunderTalk the entire time so far. Hoya stepping up very far right now. Has to flash away.
5k on the dragon. Here comes XQW with the Weaver's Wall. Sections them off. Aki's in the middle of 3 members. Flashes away the Cataclysm, but Aki's now far away from the dragon unless he can get back over the wall. YCX pop on the 3. Savior sends it. Aki doesn't even get the dragon. It's secured by XQW. What the hell was that? LGD wiped the fight, and Aki's the only survivor.
ThunderTalk, their team fighting just hasn't been good so far. Aki gonna desperately try to get back away, but between Sassy and Climber, this should be the ace coming on through right now. Doesn't matter. It does not matter at this point that you've got yourself the revive. It's just gonna be one dead Jarvan.
EQ on XQW doesn't even finish him off. It's the full ace for LGD, and that small glimmer of hope for ThunderTalk seems all but dashed away as LGD will finally break open the base in the second game.
Rafa, what a completely and utterly insane game this has been so far, and it's not even over. Yes, Aki does end up going down, but the push does get delayed for long enough that ThunderTalk, they're going to get to live to fight another day. We'll have a look back at this one, because what on earth are they thinking? Why
You
does
tell
Arky do
me.
this? Why does Arky do this? Yes, he manages to get 3 people into the baby cage. But you don't have a wombo combo composition. Your composition's about taking out 1 or 2 members, slowly but slowly chunking them out in the desperate attempt to follow up on that engage that Arky has pulled through. He moves all of his main carries out of position, and they get instantly turned onto. Yeah, what? I'm genuinely baffled. I'm so confused, Thunder Talk. Come on.
It's like getting visual whiplash. My God. I'm just so baffled by the decision making. And that is unfortunately something that has just been plaguing Thunder Talk this entire split. They have sometimes really good starts, sometimes they have surges in the mid game, and they just cannot close it out. I don't know if it's the coordination, the communication, just misalignment on understanding how to play out the interactions and what your champion needs to do against their champions on the other side, but it seems like it somehow always shows up at the worst times in every single series.
Absolutely. And now Baron going to spawn up onto the Rift. LGD, they're going to start this one up instantaneously. They just don't think Thunder Talk can actually turn this one around and go for the fight. Thunder Talk, they disagree. They are at least going to step up. Weaver's Wall going to cut off any engage. It's going to be delayed.
Doesn't do a lot of damage onto Aki. Meanwhile, Satab is getting threatened by Sauce's Yorick. YCX with the engaged, looking for Hoya. Public execution used, and he is deleted. Aki's gonna go down next as he sends it with the Cataclysm. Savior now unleashes the power of that Killer Instinct and the Kaisa. Full maximum range as Feathers, the next one to fall on the chopping block here, gets tagged by the Void Seeker as well as XQW's Rocks. LGD don't give a damn about the Baron because 4 members gone. Thunder Talk's base exposed. LGD are ready to qualify to the play-in stage.
Gonna punch their way into that last chance qualifying match to the playoffs, taking out Thunder Talk 2-0 in both of the matchups for them. This one, it gets out to a slower start, but they're able to weather the storm, and the team fighting is just better from LGD. 2-0 to them.
And this now puts Thunder Talk Gaming in the precarious position of a do-or-die match against LNG. And unfortunately for them, even if Thunder Talk find themselves victorious against LNG, their chances of qualifying to the play-in stage is not even guaranteed, Blockster, because Ultra Prime just need to win 1 series, and then boom, they're in, and then both Thunder Talk and LNG are out.
Thunder Talk, they would need to 2-0 versus LNG. They would need Ultra Prime to go 0-2 in all of their remaining matchups, and then, I still at that point, I'm not sure if that gets them in, guaranteed, or if they would need a tiebreaker. Because things are getting very close between these teams, and it has just been incredibly rough to watch for Thunder Talk. What is that? 6 losses in a row now for the squad. And this one just stings different, I think, because they had that big advantage. Because you give 1xN a massive lead. We talk about this guy like he's so good, and I do still believe it, but for the save 1xN Mafia, you know, for all of us that keep talking about how cool he is and how great he is, this is a rough game to have watched.
Obviously, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes, what's going on in comms, if 1xN feels compelled to arcane shift aggressively because he has to find way to use his power to create space for the rest of his team to operate. But then it just comes back and makes him look worse because he's getting caught out in these scenarios, and realistically, only Satab is the only other person that was able to pull weight as a carry. Feather is only a Karma. He can only do so much. Hoya, invisible. Aki, if I speak, I will be in trouble. Big trouble. My goodness.
There's words to describe Aki's play today, and none of them are broadcast safe. That second game was incredibly bad.
Even for a co-stream.
Yeah, not a good look. I mean, as much as we can talk about whatever it was that Aki was doing, the fact that almost every single one of those Hoya ultis, public execution's a massive tool in this team fight. That's the way you get into the backline to ensure that it isn't just Setab in the backline. This is how you get that duo back there. He misses so many of these big ones, and he misses a critical one in that first fight that ThunderTalk end up losing, and it gives LGD so much more life in this game than they had any right to be able to claw back. ThunderTalk had done the hard work. They'd gotten themselves that early advantage that they so desperately needed, and they throw it all the way on misexecution, on team fights that it felt like, I'm not even sure they were talking to each other. You've got people jumping 6 different carries. I don't even know how you can manage to jump 6 different carries in League of Legends, but they were doing it.
Yeah, I'm floored. And when I look at LGD, I want to obviously give them credit where credit is due. To be honest, Bloxer, I felt like game 1 was more impressive because at least Sasa was like completely destroying Hoya in the side lane and then just coming in and just wrecking team fights. In this second game, because ThunderTalk had the advantage, LGD were on the back foot. Sasa wasn't necessarily this big threatening team fighter on the Yorick, but things just kind of fell their way, and eventually Savior got big enough on the Kaisa that he's able to find his moments to destroy the back line. XQW, not necessarily living every single time, but he's doing his job. Climber, effectively doing his job. I'm trying to think about MVPs for this game, and I think my money is either on Savior or YCX because they were the ones that reaped the most benefits off of being able to turn the fights.
That is a LPL Goldcraft of all time right there. That's the proper swing back and forth. I love to see that one. Yeah, I was very impressed with the way that Savior was able to weather the storm. It goes very badly for him during the early stages of the game, but he's able to turn it back around at the point at which he hits those 3 items, Terminus and Inventory, and he's just running down the members. Was very aggressive as well, and that's what we wanted to see out of both him and 1xN. But 1xN was getting overly aggressive in a couple of situations, wasn't using his tools defensively enough, whereas it was just constant go button in these later game team fights, and this was such a happy moment if you're a ThunderTalk fan. This was the peak of the mountain for them right here, where there's nothing that LGD can do to turn this play back around. Fish in a barrel, absolutely right here, but it doesn't get better for them. They don't manage to keep the snowball rolling as we get into the later stages.
It went from we're so back to then it's so Jover.
It's
so quickly for ThunderTalk. It was a fleeting moment of happiness for ThunderTalkers everywhere. And I know probably our resident ThunderTalk big stan in Slayer. I feel so sorry that he had to go through his inductory moment of becoming a fan of an LPL team too early.
Yeah.
And then witnessing the downfall over the course of the entire year. Look, hey, to be fair, I'm experiencing that with JDG right now. So I can't
I'm
say
sure
anything.
the JDG pain is worse. Like, I think that watching what JDG are up to at the moment, that's the bad. They look bad at the moment. I mean, do I think that they're going to lose to an LGD or to an Ultra Prime? No. No, I think they're going to make it into the playoffs. I don't trust that they're getting beyond round 1 of the playoffs, though. There are big problems over in JDG land. Bigger problems in ThunderTalk land, though, of course. This is where it is not a good time at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Arky. Why? Why?
I like how you illustrated that if this was a Wombo combo team, that's
such
a great
good
engage.
play.
That's such an amazing play. But your job should be trying to just prevent ThunderTalk or LGD from getting onto your backline. And I think that moment happens just way too early when the Dragon is still at 3k HP.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're playing the composition that LGD had in the previous game, except you're the Jarvan in that situation rather than the Wukong.
Oh, it's amazing.
Great fight. Beautiful fight. That engage, we're talking about it, we're giving you MVP for that one, it's a one-team fight. But in this composition where you need to play it slow, front to back, allow for your other carries to get into the backline, but you need to be body blocking for 1xN, it just doesn't work for them in that situation, and that was the last nail in the coffin, but I'll be honest, there were a lot of nails leading up to that moment. It was a lot of different plays that just ended up going wrong.
There were nails all over the rift bloxer. I feel like if we started taking like a trip and just like a little stroll, our feet would be heavily bleeding by the end of that peruse around Summoner's Rift. We are waiting for the eventual MVP, which I hear the sound effect for. Is it one of the bot laners? Yeah.
YCX? Yeah. There we go. Love to see it. Those pop blossoms were really nice. The one team fight that we end up seeing LGD lose badly, it's because the pop blossom doesn't end up happening in that topside jungle. Every single other pop blossom is excellent. He was also able to find himself just a bunch of great roots as well. It was just so annoying. It's an added benefit of the Nico that we don't often discuss. Having clone champions when you're into something like the Ezreal, so useful because you can stop a ton of his damage. A bunch of those Qs just don't get to land onto backline members. They're just absorbed by the clone. Then you can go in once he's used a bunch of cooldowns and blow up the team fight with that pop blossom. Really impressive performance from that guy.
Well done by YCX, and nice that we highlighted him on our pre-show. He was able to live up to the hype that we gave him. Now, that does conclude our first series of the night. LGD officially qualify into the play-in stage off of that series win. There's one more spot left up, either for the taking from Ultra Prime, Thunder Talk, or LNG. That's going to be a story for another day. We have one more series in the books on tonight's show between Anyone's Legend and FPX. Don't tune away. We'll be right back. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for our final series of the night here on LPL English between Anyone's Legend and Fun plus Phoenix. So we took a pit stop in Group Nirvana earlier, and now we're going back up to Group Ascend. Now, unfortunately, the winner of this series does not necessarily determine whether Anyone's Legend makes it into the top 4 seeds of the playoffs bracket. They're going to have to win a couple more series, even if they win tonight. And FPX's fate has already been decided here, Block, so they're already determined to be going to the play-in stage against one of the 4 teams.
Yeah, at this point in the split, this is Fun plus Phoenix trying their absolute darndest to get off of the bottom of Group Ascent and get themselves away from an EDG or an NIP matchup. Those matchups currently kind of look favored towards those Group Nirvana teams, so they very much are going to need to start stacking wins for themselves. On the other side of it, right, looking at Anyone's Legend, it's been a really up and down split. It started badly, it got better, it's been really seriously back and forth, and I think the overarching theme has just been inconsistency from a ton of these players that we used to think of as being some of the most consistent in the entire region.
I mean, these guys are the defending champions of the LPL, for goodness sake, and yet they come back in. Obviously, they had a very busy international schedule. But so did BLG, and BLG came in swinging, and I can't just believe that it was, oh, well, Shadow gave them the revitalization. Nah, it's just straight up Anyone's Legend. Some of the members that were decisively the best in their role, I'm looking at Kyle at support, Tarzan in the jungle, are not playing at the peak form that they were showing earlier.
No, and it's been really odd to see, because it constantly feels like they should be able to win a bunch of these games, but the inconsistency just keeps on slipping in. They're making odd map decisions, they're not winning their lanes as strongly as they were in the previous split either, and it's just turned into an amalgamation of sadness for them, where they're losing games to teams that you don't think they should be dropping games to at all, and it just is hurting their standing so badly. Do we think that they are going to fall beneath Weibo or JDG? I don't think so. I don't think you particularly think so either, but they are right on the bubble at the moment.
Yeah. Any series loss from Anyone's Legend from here on out could heavily indicate or affect their chances of losing that top 4 spot, and could give the edge over to Weibo or JDG to make a very, very late Rumble stage resurgence into one of those 4 spots.
And if you're talking about, hey, we're struggling because we've had an extra packed schedule over the course of this year, we haven't had a break, well then you really want a break for that couple of days where everybody's playing those best of 5 play-in matchups and you get to just sit and chill in that playoff bracket and not have to worry about things. If you need a breather, winning is going to be incredibly important. And looking at their coming matches, they should be winning.
And well, looking at tonight's series, Anyone's Legend is about to get the best potential chance for a break that they can get, because FPX, while they definitely showed a little bit of magic in Split 2, most specifically from Dway and Shadow being able to work together and create so many opportunities for this roster, and at least being able to make a decent top 8 finish in playoffs, unfortunately, that magic has not really shown up. And even for Dway, who earned himself an all-pro nod as far as second team across all the other supports in LPL, he has not shown nearly that star-powered performance here in Split 3.
No, and you needed him to be popping off in the same way to be able to make up for the fact that you lose Shadow, right? Shadow's off being cool over on BLG, having a good time of it. And right here, it's just been real rough for the early stage of this split, and into this later stage at this point, it hasn't felt like FPX have really been able to put anything together. They pick up a singular series win over IG 2-0, which blows everyone's mind. I'm still not entirely sure what happened with that one. I'm not sure it isn't a collective hallucination that we're having that they win this matchup, because what? Other than that, winless the entire split.
And considering a lot of the power and success and really the signature identity for both of these teams has come from how well their supports can perform. With Kyle specifically, his synergy with Tarzan was so damn important and crucial to the way that they would be able to pull off their signature pincer engages, flanking from multiple angles all at the same time. That synergy has not been clicking with Tarzan nearly as consistently this split, and for Dway, I mean, there's a reason why we have heralded this guy as such a star support and almost campaigning for him to get onto a better team, because in the past, He's had a really deep champion pool. He's pulled out some really cool champions like Tarek in certain angles and has led to wins for FPX. I've yet to see it, at least this split, as consistently as we did in Split 2.
No, and it's been hurting them quite badly, but you can still see reflected in these stats right here, the kill participation percentage and the death percentage, both very high for Zhui. He is there for the good, the bad, and the ugly. He is everything to this team. When things go well, it's because he's found these massive engages and is able to make it work for his team. And when things go poorly, it's because he's not able to find these big engages, and nobody else right here from FPX feels like they can step up. At least last split, you had Shadow to be able to potentially find those engages. This time around, Milky Way with IYY, they just are not finding these big plays.
And looking forward, one of the things that could be the saving graces for both of these teams going into tonight's matchup, Blockster, is the fact that we're on a new patch. I know that this last series didn't present us with anything new, but Tarzan is one of those junglers that can, or at least is always willing to be one of the first players to venture into a bolder direction. This was one of the guys that adopted Zed jungle and Nefiri jungle faster than a majority of the other LPL junglers. We're seeing Silas getting buffed, Kiana getting buffed. I don't know if he will go for the Nautilus jungle. It probably will stay in support, but it works, and I'm still hopeful. I'm holding out for it.
You gotta try something, right? At this point, I think that's a storyline for both of these teams. You would usually expect it just for the lower team, the team right at the bottom of the standings. You gotta try something, right? But it feels like for AL, they still haven't found their footing. They aren't able to return to that form that they had at the end of last split. So try things, throw things up in the air. I know you're very excited to potentially see that Silas jungle. I think that would be very fun. I do wonder if that's gonna pop up a little bit more for us once we get into those best of fives as a game 4, game 5 kind of pickup. Same thing I'm thinking for the Rec side potentially. But even now, right, if you're just going to throw something at the wall, try it out. For a team like AL, who are expected to just be better than their opponents in FPX, this is a great time to try something that maybe has been going okay in scrims, but you don't know if it's a stage pick yet.
And while normally I would associate Milky Way being the jungler of the two between him and IYY to bust out something creative, IYY is the one that is starting for today. But we have seen him go to things like the Viego in the past, and to be quite honest, we don't know much about him outside of his time in the LDL. So, but it would be a nice way for FPX to just say, listen guys, playing standard is not working for us. Let's just try and surprise anyone's legend with something that no one else has really busted out on the LPL stage yet.
Because so far, his champion pool has been very standard. It's been what we've been expecting on the top end. You've got Wukong, Sejuani, Xin Zhao's, all of these champions, and none of them have been working out for them basically at all. In terms of things you've won on, it's only those 3, and that's like once, maybe twice on one of those champions. Standard is not happening for you at all. Do we particularly want IYY to try to be that main carry for this team? That's a question that does pop up to me though, because in these games, on these engaged champions, he hasn't really been a big part of the initial big fights. He's been decent at being able to follow up on good engages that Zhui's found. She has been looking okay when he can grab himself that Scion, so maybe that does unlock IYY to play more aggressively and to at least try be that guy.
Yeah. Champion discussion aside, we have to continue looking forward. We managed to at least mention that anyone's legend, this series win doesn't necessarily auto-qualify or secure a top 4 spot, but when you look forward against the rest of the Rumble stage, there's not that many matches left to play out. So far, we have a 6-5 record, so that's 11 series total. Every team is playing 14 series by the end of the Rumble stage. So after this series, anyone's legend has 2 more series to play. And if they're able to win all 3, including tonight, that will clinch their spot into the top 4. Whereas for FPX, as we already know, they're going into the play-in stage. But what FPX can do, since they have, including tonight, 4 more series to play out, if they're able to find surprise wins, that prevents them from being in the 7th or 8th place seed, depending on obviously how well JDG and Weibo Gaming do as well, because FPX, if you're not going to avoid the play-in stage, the most that you can do is try and avoid playing against either Ninjas in Pajamas or EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, dream with me here, Rafa. You win all of your remaining series. You end 5-9 here as FPX. You'd have beaten JDG, I think, in and amongst all of that. yeah, you'd have beaten some of the bigger teams right here. You're putting yourself in a decent spot to get one of the worst members of this group Nirvana squad. If you end up playing against an LGD, I don't know, I think you've got a much better chance right here than you do up against something like the NIPs or the EDGs of the world. It is critical for FPX to get themselves off of the floor because that ceiling of group Nirvana looks really scary.
Looks like we're just a couple moments away now from heading on to Summoner's Rift for Anyone's Legend and Bumpless Phoenix and getting through our first draft of this series. Now, we didn't get a chance to mention it, but we'll see if it is contested here in the first pick or ban phase. Shears Rumble has been quite massive for FPX, despite that these guys have only won one series total. It's something to consider. And we just saw that Salsa had a massive Rumble game for himself. So, FPX, these are the power picks that, even though that it is meta, it is not something completely out of left field that I am advocating for. It is something that clearly works, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's able to pick this one up, has been just having a great time on it so far. I'd also like to give a massive shout out to the graphics squad here at LPL English because this is one of the single most cursed images I think I've ever seen. And I'm a massive fan of it. But you are correct. Being able to pick this one up is both a meta pick, we're not asking for something wild that isn't in the meta, but also that's something he's incredibly good with and he's been finding much better success on than with practically anything else that he's been able to play. That being said, it's not like Flandre doesn't love this pickup as well. He's also played a ton of the Rumble, picked up a bunch of good wins on it, and I feel like Flandre has way more options to go towards. He's been great on the Sion, he's been great on the Rumble, he's looked really nice on the aggressive pickups in the top lane, like the Gwen as well. So you can just play more things as Flandre, and that does make it a little bit hard to try to compete up in the top side for sure.
Right, and while I don't remember any top lane champions being buffed or nerfed in a significant way, we know that one of the reasons why Tabe was very excited about working with Flandre was the fact that Flandre is one of our few champions that our producer for tonight, Kelsey Moser, has affectionately mentioned that Flandre is one of the few players that will read the patch notes right away and try and start breaking the game and bust out some crazy picks. Now, you mentioned Rek'Sai. That is most likely a jungler when it gets to Game 4, Game 5. I've heard rumblings that Rek'Sai top might be back in certain scenarios. Who knows?
Okay. It's really nice into matchups that you can kind of just out-sustain your way through. If you can pick it up into something like the Ambessa, I don't mind that matchup in a lot of situations. I would be surprised to see it right here. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of these standard pickups. I mean, surely you just slammed the Rumble right here. It's available, it's open for you. No, actually, IYY going to be able to pick up his Wukong first of all. That does work very well if you can get the Rumble in his later stages, but do AL want to give this priority pick over?
Yeah, I thought that with the Aurora ban from FPX that is exactly what they were trying to prompt themselves for, but I guess they were fearing the Annie Wukong power combo for Tarzan and Shanks on the other side, so trying to deny and split that duo up. Anyone's Legend will now secure Annie so that Care doesn't get it for himself, but now, like you said, Anyone's Legend get to secure themselves two strong AP solo laners that have a huge mid-game spike, and in the case of Annie, strong engage power.
Still, the fact that the Gwen does stay up and available does mean you can lock this one in, and you can play this one very aggressively right here, Ashi. You want to be bullying Flandre around as much as possible early on, and once you get super late into the game, that needlework just does a ton of damage. At the same time, it does work a little bit differently to the Rumble and the Wukong. Those champions are much more about that wombo combo, and you don't really add anything to that right here. You happy about this, Poppy? You looking excited for that one?
So here's the thing. This could easily be a Poppy for Tarzan. However, Kyle also plays as champion. So this is a good flex pick. It hides cards for Anyone's Legend, and it can open up an angle for a more non-traditional jungle to come through for Tarzan. Remember, Annie is great with carry junglers because you guarantee the engage and pick opportunity onto one target, and as long as Tarzan brings a ton of damage with whatever he goes with, something like a Zed, maybe something else, who knows? Kiana?
Yeah.
Kiana?
There's a possibility. I don't know. I do think that the ban of the Rakan makes me think it's a little bit less likely to be down in the bottom lane, because that's a pretty nice matchup right here for the Poppy. You don't have to worry so much. Then again, the Rakan is just going to be strong, and also the Zyrakan has been a super strong combo, something that would work with the beginnings of a wombo that FPX have grabbed for themselves right here. I do wonder if they're going to want to take something like the Orianna off of the board, take away something nice and safe. You can always move this Galio around. That one has been moved about. Now they're just going to go towards a few more of these aggressive bot lane engaged supports. The Alistar taken off of the board does potentially open them up for the Rel if you want to go towards that. Again, just draw more members in.
Yeah, if anyone's Legend lock in a support, then the Poppy is revealed to go to the jungle, and that would give Hope last pick option, so that more than likely I can imagine things like the Sivir being locked in. Okay, well, if anyone's Legend just go for the 80 carry pick here, this still keeps things under the table for anyone's Legend on who is playing Poppy.
Yeah, they are very much looking to use this one as a flex, as the last pick is going to be this Sivir locked in, so the late game damage is massive, but you really are quite squishy as an overall composition. You are going to need something a little bit tankier coming into either the jungle or the support role. I was wondering if the Lucian was going to come in. The second that you ban away the Kai'Sa and the Corki, those are the only two champions that can really go toe-to-toe with you down in the bottom lane, and now that you know it's going to be a Sivir, you are empowered to go towards something a little bit more aggressive if you want it. You can use it to play the early game. No, instead, they're going to move on towards the Ezreal, something that has a little bit of extra survivability, a little bit of extra map mobility. I do wonder if they're going to be lacking in the damage department, though.
I do like the extra safety of Ezreal for Jauchi. Maybe it's a response to the fact that anyone's Legend has yet to reveal where this Poppy's going. They're suspecting that Tarzan wants to set up for this really, really powerful yet volatile carry jungler, and so they're just trying to make things as safe as possible and easy to kind of deflect those options. And with the Nico showing, this provides not only powerful engage to follow up on Cyclone, but also counter engage. It gives windows for the Galio to be able to operate in. And so in the end, Bloxer, it is just Poppy in the jungle, Rel at support, a wombo combo for anyone's Legend, which it's a good formula for them. I'm just a little sad.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been something even more exciting, but I still very much like what AO have been able to draft for themselves right here. I think that the Rel really rounds this composition out brilliantly. You always love to have that Magnet Storm. You can then just drop the Equalizer right on top of people's heads. You've also got pick potential between the Poppy and the Annie. You can just evaporate one of the squishier members for FPX before you get into these fights, and it's going to mean FPX going into these fights need their vision setup to be solid, otherwise walking into darkness is going to spell disaster.
For FPX, they really have good teamfight tools as well, and so if FPX are able to weather the storm against anyone's Legend, their scaling window isn't necessarily as critically overbearing like Sivir when she gets to 5 items, but Gwen's going to be a terror the later the game goes on. Ezreal can be more slippery, and obviously champion like Wukong will continue to benefit the longer the game goes on. So I still think that anyone's Legend, even with their late game insurance, they feel like they're on a bit of a timer here.
Yeah. And they're also just going to need to be careful as well. As much as we have been talking about how there's that ability to just burst people out wombo style over on AL, that's not to say that FPX don't have something similar to play around as well. They are very much going to need this Nico to be dealing damage though, because between the Ezreal or the Wukong, these champions really aren't going to be ripping through the heads of members that you manage to stun up in that Cyclone, in that Hero's Entrance combo. You need that extra damage from the support, and then of course from that Gwen to be ripping through people.
Let's see how both of these compositions tango against each other on the Rift. It's time to start game 1 between FPX and anyone's Legend.
Okay.
No FPX Gios?
Nope, there's no FPX support whatsoever.
Man.
I was expecting there to be something, but nope, the stadium very much going to be packed out with the AL faithful right here.
Oh!
Oh!
Showed up? Yay! Alright.
There we go. They were late.
They walked in. They're like, oh snap! Did we miss the gyro? Okay, get in the FPX. Yeah.
Hey, they get it through, and that's what we want to hear. It's always nice to hear the fans cheering and chanting.
I think this is the first time I've seen a face rush set up for Rumble, but it's just nice to have that extra movement speed to get out of bad trades against the Gwen. But it is very fast boys on the top side for anyone's legend 3-man top jungle and mid lane core.
Yeah, and that's before you press the on the hunt right here from Hope. These people are going to be speeding through these fights. I wonder if we do get a Shirelia's as well at some point, potentially, and just get the absolute, like, Mach 20 composition out of AL, sprint on into the backline. I don't care that Jackie has a flash and a cleanse and can just E away from people. Doesn't matter. He's getting chased down regardless.
I mean, if we've seen anything about how Ezreal's can get caught out with both Flash and Arcane Shift in the previous series, I don't think Jackie is going to be safe from that potential either. Now, FPX, IYY is going to get spotted on that Raptor camp thanks to the aggressive ward set down by anyone's legend. Both junglers are pathing from bot to top, so they're assuming that bot lane is going to be safe and left to their own devices, not be the most volatile, but trying to play for this top side. We know how important it can be if Flandra on the Rumble is able to get ahead of the Gwen early, because that makes your mid-game spike super hard, and Gwen's overall power scaling just a little bit delayed.
And you need the Gwen to get to that point where on a side lane you can't match with just a single member. You have to send a couple people, pull the members of AL around the rift, and that would be delayed if you end up falling behind. So far, so good though. He's going to be able to get the push through for Sheer. Very interesting as well that this is going to be a teleport exhaust right here onto the Gwen. So you are very much looking to get aggressive with a combat summoner.
Decent setup from Kael. Hope not able to get that much damage on the Jackie, though finds the Boomerang Blade on both instances. Just pushing out that wave. Tarzan did walk over a top Tribush ward, so IYY has full vision of this Poppy. We're going to see some mind games here. Tarzan just pops the steadfast presence a little early, but IYY is not going to contest because Shanks does have first move and an overall health advantage over Kara's Galio.
Yeah, there's not really anything you can do to contest right here. Actually, IYY just going to head topside. Flandra turns around, is actually just going to be able to walk this one out. Not going to be too much of a worry for him right there. I was worried as well, though. That looked like it was going to be a little bit closer than it was.
I mean, unfortunately for IYY, he has no CC pre-6, and neither does Gwen, and because IYY exposes himself with the clone early, Tarzan knows that he is down a get-out-of-jail ability and is forced to use the flash.
And that's also an engage tool now gone. Once you get that level 6, you now can't just flash into the backline, get that cycling off nice and quickly. You're going to be a little bit less mobile when it comes to finding those backline members, and AO happy to take that one away. Still, the kill doesn't go over, so it's not the end of the world. You don't accelerate Flandra or Tarzan into this game early on, but it's already the pressure from AO, already that little bit of map movement coming on through, and now both these junglers are going to head back to base, take a reset through, and come back out onto the map. Looks like it's just going to be that double scuttle picked up for Tarzan. It's a small advantage, but I'll be honest, in terms of junglers in the LPL, I don't want to give small advantages to. Tarzan, very high on the list.
Yep. Tarzan is one of the few here in the LPL that can turn a small few hundred gold lead into a massive 2k gold lead by the time we get to the grub stage. And anyone's legend are already on pace. Look at this. Tarzan knows that without flash, IYY is even more susceptible to getting wall slammed by a Poppy. You cannot disrespect Poppy base damage early on.
And look, straight away, Tarzan going to head all the way up towards his chickens as well, recognizes that that's the only place IYY can go to try to get involved, and I don't know that you can actually step up to this one. Tarzan does have the smite once again, and he's also got the early move from Shanks, forcing him back on out, teleport in from Care to potentially give a little bit of support back. Smite fight. Oh, Tarzan gets it as well. This is miserable for IYY.
IYY even used his smite, but Tarzan was just better with his usage of it. So IYY wastes time trying to get resources back for himself, misses out. So now the experience lead, hang on, bottom side, Flandra in a world of trouble, forced to flash away because it's the exhaust and needlework used by Sheer.
I really do like the exhaust being the pickup right here for Sheer. It means he can get so aggressive in these early trades, ones that usually can be a lot closer. As soon as you have that equalizer available, that's a ton of damage, but not gonna happen in this situation. It's also now going to be Tibbers just dropped on into the mid lane from Shanks, gonna help him push through this minion wave. Probably looking for a reset at this point into the game. Early Drake is going to be a Cloud Drake, and, you know, as much as we talk about Cloud Drakes as not being that exciting, with all of the phase rosters available, with yourself already being hypermobile, you'd like this one, Sheer.
Tarzan doesn't find the wall slam onto Sheer. Flandre's taking up the first turret damage. They dodge it for now. That's a lot on that charged up shot. Flandre gets the scrap shield, but Care can look to collapse. Maybe a flash over the wall if he wants to use it. Control ward. He knows that Flandre's there, and Care says, surprise, baby! That's first blood for FPX, but Tarzan does pick up Sheer in the end.
Gonna be a 1-for-1, and with the push going on through the mid lane, IOI is at least going to be able to catch this wave. Shanks doesn't get to push this one in fully for free. AL, they're just being more proactive on the map at the moment. Unfortunately for them, Sheer is able to trade that one, and that's the joys of the Hallowed Mist. That ability just stops so much of that damage that Flandre and Tarzan were looking to lay down, and without the stun into the wall, it is so tricky to actually get on top of a mobile Gwen.
And even though Flandre ends up going down, the fact that they crashed the wave in and Sheer wasn't able to pick up a majority of it still ends up giving a decent gold advantage over to Flandre. I haven't seen anyone's legend being able to use some of these small advantages to look for an early dragon, so now their priority is just going to go into securing the grubs away from FPX.
And as we talked about in the previous series, some team compositions you really just can't afford to give over the grubs, and I think anything with a Gwen in it is going to be miserable to play into. If you get any access to the towers, FPX would be able to just destroy it straight through those structures. Multiple members heading on up, and we also didn't see Care have to use that ulti, so he's still going to have that hero's entrance available to him if he wants to come and join up towards these fights. Everybody wandering on over, though. This could turn into quite the skirmish.
Flandre trying to just diminish Care's health pool and make sure that he cannot join the fight, as now Tarzan gets aggressive into IYY. His flash was still not available. It is just coming back up. Hero's entrance from Care arrives just to see IYY's corpse fall, but Jachi gets the answer back onto Tarzan, but Care falls next. Feat of Warfare secure for anyone's legend, and now Sheer is overextended and surrounded. That's anyone's legend now up 4 kills at 8 minutes.
And you just can't afford to have this happen. FPX, you've got yourself that semi-global ulti on the Galio. You need to be the ones rotating to these fights quicker, but IOIY, flashless, unable to get away, and the second that you lose your jungler, FPX, everybody else that arrives is just going to be feeding into the meat grinder. It's a really nice steadfast presence right here out of Tarzan. Just stops the ability to get away. And Shanks, more than enough damage at this point into the game. Yes, you're able to trade this one back. Tarzan does go down, but all of the kills you're giving on over to these main carries as well. Hope they're able to pick one up. You're able to grab a couple onto Shanks as well. You're just feeding these main carries.
The nice thing for FPX is that because Tarzan was taken out in the fight, and IYY would get a chance to spawn first, anyone's legend cannot secure any grubs for themselves, and now they're down a majority of their ultimate spells. So it's going to take anyone's legend trying to blitz through mid lane first for priority before they can contest this objective.
And for right now, FPX, they don't look like they can get themselves any of that prio that they will need. At least IOI is going to be able to secure himself a single grub, so it's not going to be all 3 going over to AL right now. FPX, they do still feel confident enough to keep stepping this one up. Looks like they do want to tussle. Key ulti's down, though. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, anyone's legend has to be very careful. Despite having a lot of powerful ultimate tools on their side, gotta wait for them to come off cooldown. And IYY fell in that fight, but now has both Flash as well as the Cyclone. So anyone's legend just have to be very respectful about the tools that FPX do have. This is going to slow the overall objective take. I'm curious now, what's the next step and approach here? Oh, okay, well, Shanks can just drop Tibbers on Jue's face and say, yeah, hold this bear real quick, man.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge chunk of damage. Yes, you are now going to be missing out onto one of those one-tap available tools. So that is something that FPX can potentially play around. And they do have a bunch of their big ultis coming back off cooldown. But still, that big chunk of damage is just going to force some resets to come on through, force a little bit of extra respect out of FPX. First grab going to get taken by AL. Can they grab that second one?
Really like that from Care, threatening the take of that second grub, so Tarzan is forced to use a smite. I'll open up a window now for IYY to look for the final secure of this last grub, but Tarzan still has a Keeper's Verdict available. Does he want to look for a punt play? It doesn't seem like anyone else from AL can get into the river, so they're just going to concede the second grub.
There you go, 2 grubs going over to FPX. That's going to get them a little bit closer to a feat of monster slaying, something they're very much going to need after losing that warfare. And that's okay. They play that fight out slowly enough that they're able to draw a lot of those big AL ultis out, draw AL into rough positions, and they don't really have that full, quick wave clear that you really need at this point to just constantly shove these waves through and move on over. That will come in the later stages of this game, right? Between a Rumble and a Sivir, these waves will just melt in the face of AL. But at least at this point, FPX, they play that one out quite well for themselves and get 2 of the grubs.
And because anyone's legend has yet to take a single dragon off the rift, they have been able to at least avoid the scenario of AL just going for a fast stacking Drake win condition of trying to force this game to be on their advantage very, very quickly. So now FPX are given a little bit more time. Remember, like we said, AL, for the most part, have a composition that would love to spike in the mid game and try to close it out as fast as possible with Hope as your only late game insurance.
Yep. First items now coming through means that they are getting well towards that spike. You really want the second item onto Hope and Shanks, and Flandra has big damage coming through again. Shanks, every single time Care steps up to him, is just going to be popping that ulti. Now doesn't have it as IYY jumps him, but seems perfectly comfortable in the 2v1. I don't know, I guess that the Tiv is going to make things a little more even, and Jway, oh boy.
Flash from Tarzan over the wall looking for Jway's. Nico already used the flash and the heal. Pop Blossom is the last tool he can use to try and get out of this pickle, but Kael was looking to go for the crash down. Unfortunately, he already used both of his summoner spells as well. And in the end, Jway does survive.
Yeah, it is a survival from FPX, but still getting threatened. That's going to be a delay on the recall again from Kyle stepping up. We didn't even see what happened to all of Jackie's health bar, but he's incredibly low too. This is opening up just so much extra vision, so much extra space in the opponent's jungle for AL. Whether or not they can turn that one back around and pick up this Drake is going to be the next available question, because the resets are coming on through. They're just going to be able to grab this one. IOI heads up towards the top side of the map instead.
Looks like finally the first dragon will fall in advantage for the Pandas. It's a 13-minute dragon bloxer, so at the very least, we are getting a... trying to do quick math in my head. 28-minute soul if you're doing every other remaining dragon on time.
Yep.
So it's going to be closer to 30 minutes, so by that time, Baron's going to be up and available. Otacon will have already been secured, I imagine. So FPX... they're in a pretty good spot right now. Everyone is hitting their first item spikes across the rift, and anytime you look at a Trinity Force composition, I always favor them going into these team fights.
And they're going to feel very good about the fact that you've now got that big item spike. IYY, though, getting a bit aggressive here. Jumped.
He wanted the Krugs. Can he get out now? Popping both casts of that Cyclone and forced the flash away. That, I'm not sure if that was worth it in the end.
Yeah, some Krugs for your flash as a Wukong. Yeah, I'm not super certain that that one is going to be exactly what FPX were looking for. Still, he has to try for these kinds of plays because he is down by so much gold. Lost out on a ton of those early camps, has also gone down in terms of kills, so getting this gold back going to be critical to hitting that second item breakpoint. As you said, that Trinity Force is going a long way towards plastering over the problems he had early on, but he can't afford to keep slipping further and further behind because Tarzan will just take over the map, and with that Sundered Sky already in inventory, Tarzan going to be incredibly tanky. So much extra survivability with that item.
And he still deals a nice bit of burst damage off of the scalings he's got. Good clone usage of Jway. Care getting chunked by Tibbers and Shanks. Care should still be able to safely recall and look for a quick collapse on the top side of the map without burning his teleport unless the play happens very fast. It's a quick steal of the blue buff from Tarzan and crew. And doesn't seem like FPX can really do anything about it.
No, they're just constantly getting forced out of their own jungle, not able to go and compete at this point in the game. And it is just allowing AL to get themselves more and more of a gold lead. They're up by about 3,000 at this point, which 15 minutes in is a decent chunk to be ahead. They're going to use this pressure as well to go and start up this Rift Herald. But FPX, they are going to at least try to contest onto this one. Care heads back to base, does have the teleport to join this fight if he wants to.
He's TPing to the mid tier 1 so that he can be at least in range for the follow-up. FPX have to brute force their way in.
It's got to be low, though.
Rift Herald, 5k HP. Care's the first one to walk in. Shanks is also TP'd and arrived to the river. Kyle and Hope already just holding the lines. Oh, 3-man Magnet Storm into the Timber stun. Dwayne with the counter engage on the Pop Blossom at least breaks open the fight, but no one else from FPX can get in. Tarzan already secured the Rift Herald, and they're going to take out Sheer with them too. Care gets dropped, and anyone's legend get to pick up the eye as well.
2 kills and the Rift Herald secured right here for AL, and the fighting is just better from them. It's only a big Pop Blossom out of Jouet that forces members back, that stops that from being a complete and utter disaster. Doesn't even look like AL are done though. They're now going to go chasing into their opposition's jungle. They are not allowing any FPX advantages in this game.
And just like we said, Bloxer, anyone's legend is a team that is so skilled at being able to take small gold advantages and just slowly balloon them to the point where the enemy team feels pressured to do something, because otherwise they're just going to get bled out. What happens? They go into the river and they get absolutely rolled.
And this is all Kyle right here. The Magnet Storm is just gorgeous. And this is exactly what you need with a composition that has some wombo elements, managing to get 3 members straight in. Shanks jumps on forward. And this, remember, is what, 17 minutes into this game? Later on, when Shanks has 2-3 items in inventory, that's just 3 people immediately dead right there. If you can find more of those big Magnet Storms for Kyle, this is going to be a 1 game for his team.
Now, the only person that isn't getting insta-bursted is probably Care on the Galio, but everyone else could be susceptible to it based on how much magic resist and health they have going for them. Now, anyone's legend are rocking a 6,000 gold lead. What the heck, Bloxer? They were only ahead like 2,000, 3,000 just a few minutes ago.
And look where the gold is. This isn't a situation, right, where Hope is up by 4k, but everybody else is kind of fighting for scraps. This is a pretty consistent 1k to 2k gold advantage across the board right here for these AL members, and this leaves FPX scrambling to get together anywhere near enough gold. They've only just been able to put together the gold for these first items, and second items are well on the way for AL. They're going to start the wallet diff very soon, but it's not just that. It's not just that they're in an advantage in terms of gold. AL, they're just finding better angles for these fights. FPX in that previous fight, Sheer, ton of your damage, Riftmaker in inventory. Where was he? He was being held off to the side by Tarzan, wasn't able to get involved.
FPX have to rely so much on getting the wombo combo first, and the fact that anyone's legend sprung the trap before FPX could respond, that's just going to spell disaster for FunPlus Phoenix every single time. And that was the one window where gold range was still kind of in striking. IYY is going to send this fight. It's a little precarious here. IYY already down to nearly 50% HP. Magnet Storm was used by Kyle. Cyclone also used. Sun on the Care. Tarzan, great wall slam. Dway with the Pop Blossom into the backline, but can anyone follow up? Not really. And Tarzan says, see why at, with the Keeper's Verdict.
Oh,
and
no!
TP from
No!
Sheer! All of his friends got punted away, and that meant that Sheer was just teleporting in to feed anyone's legend a freebie.
And Flandre also teleports in, and he's going to be able to turn that into a bottom lane wave. And this is going to be the second Drake of the game going over to AL. They are in complete and utter control. And even in a situation where FPX feel like they've potentially found a catch, there's nothing that they can do about this one. AL, they are just dominating this first game.
7,000 gold ahead at 19 minutes. Otacon's about to spawn. This feels like it's just going to be a free one for anyone's legend to take. And you almost think that if FPX don't fight it at this Otacon, there's never going to be another good chance for them to get back into this game, because it is just too far gone to try and claw their way back in.
No, I mean, you called it out perfectly. This wall slam's really nice that Tarzan's able to find. At this point in the game, I'm a little worried for Tarzan. He's kind of caught in the chicken pit, but he doesn't think he's caught. He thinks he's caught his opponents right on the very edge of that wall, stuns up Care, and it's again Zhui with a Pop Blossom to stop the big engage from happening, rather than being able to find the big engage for his team. Constantly having to use this Pop Blossom defensively is really hurting FPX, but it's not Zhui's fault. He doesn't have the angles to go in right now. AL are simply not allowing them.
And you know things are dire when, as an eco, you can't even go for Protobell, a heavy damage item. He went for Redemption just because the team needs so much more healing so that the other carries can find a little bit of extra sustain to last and get more spell rotations, more auto attacks off to try and combat against anyone's legend. But like we said before, Bloxer, they are so far ahead of the curve now, and it just seems like anyone's legend are just a couple of good fights away from being able to close out this game. Tarzan with a good wall slam right on top of the carries. The equalizer from beyond wherever Flandre was, and anyone's legend already find their first pick onto Jway in the fight. Jachi forced to flash away. Shank's gonna follow up through, sends another disintegrate, and is he looking for IYY next? Tibbers is gonna burn him to a crisp. Anyone's legend just rolling over FPX this game one.
Tarzan is an absolute sniper with that heroic charge, constantly finding the thinnest of walls to be able to get those stuns onto, and just gives his team every advantage going into the fights and the skirmishes. The rest of the members following up beautifully as well. Shanks has been on an absolute tear throughout this game. Bloodletters, Malignance in inventory, constantly has that Tibbers available to just rip the heads of the FPX members off. And they're going to take their prize. Atakan now into inventory as well. Up by, what is that, 7,000 gold.
My goodness, I mean, anyone's legend. They've already passed the point of no return that we normally deem for a lot of teams when it's 10,000 gold ahead. It's almost 11,000 for anyone's legend. So if FPX wanted a way back in this game, it's not just going to come from FPX's own merit. It would have to be a series, not just one, a series of consecutive throws from the Pandas.
It would have to be a serious series of unfortunate events for them at this point, because this combo is just, it's so nice to see. The combo between that heroic charge into Magnet Storm, what can you do at that point? And this is just sad, right? At this point, Shanks is just free hitting his way through. The burn coming through, absolutely miserable to try to play into as well. And AL, they didn't even gonna force Care to use the ulti away. What was it we were saying earlier, Rafa, about defensive use of offensive tools, right? Pop Blossom defensively. Not even that ulti from the Galio defensively to save someone. Defensively to save yourself. It's so rough.
It's not a counter-engage tool, it's an escape tool. And that's when things are really, really cooked for the Fun Plus Phoenix squad. Trying to defend this tier 2 turn on the bottom side of the map. Hammer at the windup. Oh, doesn't hit anyone. So, okay. Anyone's legend are down an ultimate tool. But I don't think the Pandas care. They're still going to step towards the Phoenixes.
Yeah, they are just pushing forwards right now. There's nothing else on the map for them to really go for at this point, so just establishing the control over this mid wave going to be incredibly important. Minute now until we get both the Drake and the Baron, so potentially an option here for FPX to go for whichever one AL don't want. At the same time, I think AL have got themselves enough power at this point to keep complete control over both of these objectives.
With another tier 2 turret falling in favor of anyone's legend, we go back to the top of our show, talking about the series. Remember, this is anyone's legend who had suffered a devastating loss to Top Esports just a couple nights ago, if not last night. And this team really needs to secure every series win possible just to make sure that they are in the top 4. This is our defending champions from Split 2.
Yeah.
They cannot be slipping against teams like FPX. And thankfully for anyone's Legends fans, they are showing that signature dominance they have come to really show themselves for, especially at the end of Split 2.
Interesting, it does look like AL are going to head up towards this Baron and just leave this Drake up and available. They don't care if you take this as FPX. FPX, though, they want to at least try for the Baron. They at least walk away from the Drake. They're not going to be able to contest onto this Baron whatsoever. Stepping up would certainly lead to their doom. They do get this Drake, though. That is something. They stop this Drake stacking. It's not going to be a 4 Drake soul for AL instantaneously, but now they have to deal with this Baron-empowered push, and they have already lost a heck of a lot of towers.
And I think Anyone's Legend are completely fine with that trade, because they won't even need the soul to finish the game at this rate. Anyone's Legend, if they find a good fight here in the base of FPX, they could just end the game right here, right now.
Absolutely, just going to get pushed on in. Baron Empowered Cannon is going to be very tricky to actually deal with right here. Jackie trying his best, but there's going to be 2 of them chunking out this tower. IYY goes in.
IYY, he's all by himself onto the back line. He's just not doing enough damage to Hope. Here comes the hero's entrance from Care, but it just seems a little desynchronized and too late. They find 1 kill in a Kyle thanks to Jue's Blossom.
Shanks!
Tarzan blows him up, and look at Hope and Shanks working hand in hand just to completely dismantle and clip the wings of Fun Plus Phoenix.
Jackie just about going to be able to get himself away, potentially. Shanks thinking about it, but you don't really need to go for this. This is going to be the end for AL. They're going to take this game in under 30 minutes time, and it's been complete and utter domination from the defending champs from the very beginning to the very end.
Swift and decisive from the Pandas, and it's just like we wrote it up here, Bloxer. Game 1 wrapped up for Anyone's Legend.
And that is a deathless game onto 2 of the main carries right here for AL. Really indicative of the problem that FPX were having. They just couldn't get into the backline. There was no hope for Jue to be able to pop Blossom into the backline. You never had the hero's entrance available to save all of your members. And that means that Shanks and Hope, they get away with this one completely deathless, chilling the entire game long.
Bloxer, at this rate, we might have an early end to our show. FPX, we were hoping to see if there was going to be any signs of life coming into this Anyone's Legend series. Obviously, this is only game 1. A lot of the meta picks have already been picked and now will not be available going into game 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if FPX can just operate on standard picks. I really do believe in the power of some unconventional, creative niche picks that come out of players' pools to just try and throw Anyone's Legend off. Please, if not for the win, for the entertainment factor.
That's true. That's true. You would be very excited to see some of these wild junglers, and we need to see something a little bit different, because in this game, with the standard picks in a straight-up matchup where, you know what, you had some late-game scaling, you had a couple of champions you could have potentially tried to play around early, what we end up seeing is basically nothing from FPX. They'd never get themselves into this game. They never managed to turn around any of these fights, and to be fair to them, this was an AL of old. This was a really solid game from them. Tarzan specifically on this Poppy, he'd be my pick for the MVP. A sniper with those heroic charges, just constantly finding thin angles to get that initial stun off, and then just running amok in the backline of FPX.
And even when Anyone's Legend wasn't necessarily killing the members of FPX outright, Tarzan knew that if I punt away these members, they've already been chunked by my team. Yes, we don't secure more kills for ourselves and get overall more gold, but we deny them any chance of being able to TP back in or rush back into the fight. And this gives us full control of the objectives. And that is always the smart play that I've come to appreciate about Tarzan over the course of his career, and what has really helped Anyone's Legend get to that endpoint of claiming their first title here in the LPL.
Yeah. And it's rough. It's sad out here for FPX. We really need to see them light a spark somewhere. But there was none in this game. There's a reason that we highlighted Jue coming in. He feels like the best available member that they've still got right here on FPX, but he just wasn't allowed into this game whatsoever. On a power pick in the Nico as well, you could see barely 5,000 damage, which, yeah, he's a support. Is that a problem? Yes, it's a problem. It's a Nico. Like you said, no rocket belt available to him. The gold graph, just a straight win for AL. And it didn't feel like they had a chance to play this game. There was maybe one team fight early on in that game where there's a couple moments where you're like, okay, maybe this is going to work out for you. Nope, immediately snapped in half. Shanks turns around, drops Tibbers, and what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, the only parts of the game where I felt like Fun Plus Phoenix were still in it was when Care was able to find a proactive roam and at least picked up 1 kill for himself on Flandra, and I
Yeah.
thought that the angle for FPX for this game was going to be, okay, you know what, Care? Try and proactively play around Sheer's advantage. Now that you know that Flandra is down summoner spells, maybe give an objective, try and just get this Gwen rolling, or help IYY, look for fast collapses, because that is always the advantage you can have over Annie. If Annie gets first push, but you're willing to drop your wave, which you can do on Galio, and just make the first move with Hero's Entrance, you should get there before Annie gets to influence the game. But FPX were never proactive with that kind of tools in their back pocket. It was always them, okay, well, anyone's legend got here first. We need to find a way to walk in. Okay, do you want to go walk first? Oh, we got 3-man Magnus Stormed. We got 3-man Tibber stuff. Okay, well, all right, guys, we lost the fight. What happened?
Yeah,
and it's just always reactive play, never proactive gameplay.
They need a composition that they can go and beat aggressors on, because if you don't, we were talking about it at the start of the game, AL will take small advantages that you get, a couple of extra camps in the early game, fighting away IYY from his chickens and then taking your own chickens, small advantages like that, and turn them into these amazing stuns, these amazing plays with slightly more items than you have, and all of a sudden things have completely and utterly snowballed out of control. It was just small advantages that they were able to grab for themselves that kept getting bigger and bigger.
And that's why you called out Tarzan being the MVP, because he was the one that found those small advantages that just got torn open into giant gaping wounds for FPX in the early game. Finding IYY and punishing him for using a clone too early to try and find a nothing burger gank on topside, hangs around, forces the flash out, and then from then on, IYY can't even farm his camps!
No, there was just a million times that the Observer panned over to somebody from AL in the opposition jungle stealing away a camp. I don't know that IYY was able to get himself anywhere near to the amount of gold needed to hit a 2-3 item spike that he needed to even possibly be able to fight back into the game. And this is just, it's an untenable position for a team, for a jungler. You can't be playing like that.
It's unfortunate because FPX are in a position where IYY is really their only available starter. We predicted it. There's no other person that probably would have deserved it more than Tarzan. Shanks probably would have been a close second since he did find a lot of successful Tibber stuns, but Tarzan made the first advantage that eventually ballooned into the massive dominant win that Anyone's Legend has really become known for here in the LPL. Now, that does conclude our first game of the series. When we come back, it's going to be the second game, and we'll see if Anyone's Legend closes it out in style or if FPX can find a comeback. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back, gamers. Getting ready for game numero dos between Anyone's Legend and Fun Plus Phoenix. If you missed out on the first game, well, guys, just look at the series win-loss record, look at the score, and just imagine. I bet you could paint a picture better than Bob Ross on how this game would have gone down, and you just take the fact that Anyone's Legend is our defending champions from Split 2, take that peak form, and where FPX are at right now, you don't need to recap the first game.
Yeah, go figure. It was kind of what we were expecting coming into today, and it's going to take some miracles right here for FPX to be able to win themselves a matchup here. It was always going to be tough, but I think the way that they got dismantled in Game 1 was particularly bad. This was an FPX that never found their way into this game, even though they had some pretty strong meta tools.
And for Anyone's Legend, if you're a fan of the Pandas, it's a nice way to see them bounce back, especially after getting completely destroyed by Top Esports just a couple days ago. So for Top Esports or Anyone's Legend, this is a team that is still trying to secure one of the top 4 spots going into playoffs directly and having to avoid the play-in stage and trying to play against one of the 4 teams for Group Nirvana. I will say, Bloxer, if for some reason Anyone's Legend missed out on the top 4 berth, I think at the very least they would end up in 5th or 6th. So I would not be super concerned, but still, qualifying directly into playoffs, much better than having to play in the play-in stage.
Exactly, and we talked about it earlier, but it bears repeating. One of the reasons people are giving AL a little bit of extra leniency is because they had themselves a very long international break. They had a lot of games to play, and maybe they're tired. Well, getting yourself a little bit of a gap between this Rumble stage, where you're playing a cajillion games constantly, and then the playoffs where the action just continues, getting yourself that 3-4 day gap to be able to breathe, reset, take a day off potentially, and then get back to it, that's going to be something very valuable to AL. Obviously, looking at what they've got ahead of them, another game versus FPX, a JDG that's struggling real hard, and a WE that's only a little bit better than FPX, they should be able to pick up all of these victories, but AL, they've shown us some inconsistency previously. I do wonder if maybe that's going to come back to bite them at some point.
Well, for Anyone's Legend, at this pace, if they come back in this game 2, very similar to game 1, while normally we don't try and overly predict on how series are going to play out, I would imagine if I'm on Anyone's Legend and we lose our series against Top Esports, I'm hyping up the boys saying, hey guys, don't worry, we've got team building day tomorrow night against FPX. So
we're gonna have some fun here.
Well, let's have some fun. Let's have a good time. And so far in game 1, it was back to business for them, almost ending the game with nearly a 14,000 gold advantage. But here we are, draft number 2 in this final series of the night. FPX on the blue side, Anyone's Legend returning to the red side.
Yeah, things are going to stay very similar, and actually the first couple of bans are going to be incredibly similar. The difference, Aurora not going to be taken off the board right here, and that is something that we have seen time and time again be somewhere you can potentially look right here if your Care in the mid lane maybe wants to be grabbing that one for himself. You always have to be a little bit worried though, because that is something that you can definitely pick up for yourself if you are Shanks and totally take over a game.
Yeah, Kara has been surprisingly pretty damn good on the Yone in prior FPX games, but because that has been taken away, we're not going to be seeing the Sejuani combo, and FPX go for the next best jungler that is still available after game 1, and it is the Troll King himself.
Yeah, not surprising to see that Trundle locked in. It also just changes the equation on how many tanks you need or how tanks are going to be effective coming into these later stages. So AL, lots of questions for them right now. Still a bunch of very strong champions still available. If you want something nice and easy, the Azir, the Orianna, we haven't seen those gone towards so far, but they can be picked up nice and early with a lot of impunity. Instead, actually, the decision going to be towards the bottom lane. We haven't seen bottom lane picked this early in a while, but actually looking to secure a very aggressive bot lane early on for Hope and KO. And hey, if you want something aggressive, the Corki, very strong at the moment.
And while Corki isn't the longest range AD carry in the game, which can present some problems depending on what FPX lock in for themselves, at least Corki has the armor shred on his Gatling gun, so if we go super late and FPX go for a Trundle Scion combo here, you have at least some way of being able to deal with the tanks as long as anyone's legend has other champions that can create space for them.
Ooh, okay, the decision here out of FPX is going to be, nah, we can go toe-to-toe. We want to get aggressive down in this bottom side. I do wonder if you want to pick yourself up the Braum at this point. Otherwise, I think that champion is just going to get taken off of the board very quickly.
Come on, lock it in. I shouldn't have gotten excited. Oh, because the last time that FPX had a moment where Jauchi early locked in a Lucian, they went for Taric. And I was thinking, oh, they can lock it in here. And then I thought, it might be too early. The Nautilus pivot makes sense. Still going to be sad, but whatever. FPX, they've got to win games, and this is where they think is going to give them the best opportunity. Anyone's legend rounding out this first round with Azir for Shanks.
They've been breaking your heart all day, and they're going to keep going with that one. I can see the sadness in your eyes right there. Still, I'm not surprised that we end up seeing the Azir. I was wondering if that was going to get picked up a little bit earlier on for FPX potentially, but instead, that one's going to be given over to Shanks, and he's had some monster performances on this pickup. The amount of damage he can do is nuts.
I will say, Bloxer, there's a chance for my happiness to return tenfold, because Tarzan has yet to pick his champion for this draft. They have left it up for both Flandra and Tarzan on these last two selections. Now, more than likely, Tarzan will be picking his jungler of choice just to preserve counterpick for Flandra in R5. But FPX already knew.
They're recognizing
thinking, like, hey, wait a minute.
Yo.
The Z answer was available.
Yep. And it's because, at this point, there's been many opportunities for you to pick up one of the other strongest junglers that we've still got available, right? We still haven't seen the Vi go off of the board. You've still got the Xin Zhao as something you can pick up for yourselves. And again, if you're looking standard, but something a little bit more tanky, the Maokai, also available, something that Tarzan's been playing. And so that is setting some alarm bells off for FPX. They think something wild is coming through right here. I like the Z ban. I do wonder if they're going to put another ban towards some of these more interesting picks in the jungle. Do you want to take the Sylas off of the board? Do you think that's the angle potentially?
It's not bad with the Azir because you can go for a AP Bruiser build like Riftmaker, Bloodletter's Curse, and so you just act as another body and you can shred MR and make it even better for Shanks. The Aurora ban, there's no Rumble on the board, but still something that Flandra could pick up for himself in the top lane. Anyone's legend. They might just go for something standard here. They're going to tease with the hovers here, but they surely have to save counterpick for Flandra. And in the end, it's just a Jarvan.
It's just the Jarvan being locked in. Something that actually, I think Tarzan hasn't been able to pick himself up a win on yet. So one of these champions, he's still hunting for that first one. In this composition, I really like it. You've now got yourselves what would be a wombo combo if you had someone to just drop something like the Equalizer on top. Obviously, the Rumble off of the board. So you're just going to go for something a little bit more stand in the top lane, potentially. I do wonder if we're going to end up with some sort of Ambessa, although into the Renekton, you don't want that lane matchup. That is squeezing out what Flandra can pick here a little bit more. FPX, though, this composition feels like it's a lot of disparate parts and not so much one solid identity at the moment.
We have point and click engage from the Nautilus that can help set up for the Lucian. And that's it. FPX would have to go for something else.
Stop getting paid, bro. Stop getting paid. It's never going to be interesting. These teams refuse to play things that are wild or out there. Just going to be the Ahri locked in. A nice easy matchup into the Azir. A little bit of extra roam potential that you can now pair up quite nicely. I think the Trundle Ahri together, getting into these side lanes could be very fun, as long as you know, are a little bit careful with those early bits of setup. Flandra going to go towards the Gnar. Good matchup right here into the Renekton. You shouldn't get pushed around too much, and it gives you that extra bit of wombo ability for AL.
Alright. Gnar Jarvan combo. That's a classic ever since Gnar's induction into the game back in Season 5, so that'll be fun. I'm grasping at straws of things to be excited about in terms of novelty. We don't get to see Gnar nearly as often as we have in prior metas, but for FPX, single target pick is the name of the game.
Yeah.
Ruthless Predator from Renekton, Death Charge from Nautilus. You can follow up easily with Care's Ahri. I imagine that the point of this game for FPX is you have a lot of early mid-game power. Your late-game scaling is not really comparable to what anyone's legend can have the later the game goes on. So it's all about FPX trying to be a little bit more proactive than they were in the first game of the series, which is something that we were calling for, Bloxer.
Absolutely, that can be the excitement in this game. What can IYY do? The Trundle has been one of the strongest junglers that we've had, really exploded onto the Rift here in this split number 3, and you've got a couple of members that are going to be tankier. The Jarvan, you can just rip his head off. Same thing with Flandra's Gnar when he's in that mega form, so you have options, you have ways to get into this game, but you're absolutely right. FPX, they need to start it going early on, because AL, once they get into these later, mid to late game team fights, their composition just shines.
Can Fun Plus Phoenix find themselves a surge in this second game, or will anyone's legend close out the series 2-0? Let's hit the Rift for our second game between FPX and anyone's legend.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Admirable Giles from both sides. IYY already getting aggressive into Tarzan's jungle. He should be able to win out on the just straight up auto attack war. However, between Tarzan and Shanks, they're able to get a nasty chunk onto IYY's health bar.
Should be able to just go and take a reset at this point. You're just going to heal decently well while you're in your clear as the Trundle, so not going to be the end of the world. I do wonder if you're going to keep being aggressive, though. You can see it's going to be a little bit of a spot out, at least, onto the bot lane for AL, but they're not going to be able to push on into the jungle and make IYY's life any more difficult at this early on stage. Looking quickly through the runes that we've got available, nothing that is too surprising. It's not going to be that speedy composition that we saw last time around.
Flandra opting in for the Fleet of Footwork ever since the Grasp of the Undying rune got a little bit nerfed over the past couple of months. Fleet has kind of re-emerged as a better sustain option for certain champions and certain matchups, and the extra movement speed boost is also very nice in continuing to space out something like a Renekton, who can struggle into the Gnar if he cannot lock him down.
Exactly. Just gives you that little bit of extra survivability as well. And to be fair, aggression, knowing Flandra, he really likes to just take up space on the Gnar. He's one of the best that I've been able to watch at being able to actually manage that rage and get into these team fights at the absolute peak of it. I've seen a couple Gnars recently arriving to team fights, no Gnar bar activated whatsoever, no rage built up, and just not able to get involved in these fights. I'd be very surprised if we see any basic mistakes like that from Flandra.
I mean, my goodness, Flandra already getting a huge chunk onto Sheer's health bar at level 2. Sheer can't even step up to the wave safely for that empowered Cole of the Meek for the sustain, and Flandra is holding him very honest in this lane so far. IYY went for the full 3 camps on his red side, trying to invade Tarzan on the top side and challenge him in his own red side camps. And while Trundle can beat Jarvan in the 1v1, IYY is going to have to be pretty fast about what he wants to do here, because Tarzan is just running him around the jungle, and he has the camp advantage at the moment, so IYY, I'm not sure what he's getting accomplished here.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to do this because you do have the push in the mid and the top lane, so you're trusting that you're not going to get jumped. Oh, hang on.
And Kyle getting aggressive onto the bottom side of the map. Ignite already forced out of Jue's Nautilus, so Hope gets dropped. Flash! It's answered by Hope's own Flash, making sure that he could get away from the empowered auto attack from Jue's Nautilus there.
They're still going!
Oh my gosh! IYY just does not want to let Tarzan get off easy. But the pillar is traded for an EQ flag. Are we just going to be perennially stuck here in this topside jungle?
At this point for IYY, you literally can't afford to walk away. You have to commit to this one. Tarzan just keeps ringing around the rosy. Like you said, this is Tarzan, buddy. You have to. But what can he do, right? As Tarzan, you give up your topside camps. You go and invade your opponent's camps. You immediately get collapsed upon because your opponents have the push. It doesn't actually change anything. IYY, he's going back in. Rafa's going back in. Rafa, no.
He really wants Tarzan to not get this red buff at all. He has the freedom to
You
do
could
it
double
since
scuttle.
Kair has Shanks
Go
pushed
get the
in.
double scuttle, please.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean, at the very end of the day, IYY will be able to secure double scuttle away from Tarzan, but Tarzan is still collecting all of his camps on his side of the map.
This is payback, isn't it? Previous game, we watch IYY get chased around his jungle, not able to take any camps. This time, the Trundle doesn't actually have the ability to catch up, but you're still able to go for it. Now Shank's going to get hooked right here. Does have Tarzan in the area, is just going to be able to shuffle himself away. Still, though, I like that early little bit of aggression on the roam right here from Zhui. We wanted more proactive plays out of FPX, and they certainly aren't sitting on their laurels at the start of this one.
IYY definitely took that game one personally.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would go that far in just chasing Tarzan around, but at the end of the day, your power as Trundle can fall off, especially now that we're on the 15.16 patch, where Trundle's W scaling on its attack speed is lower the later the game goes on, and just trying to prevent Tarzan on getting to that level 6 mark, it makes sense. But he hasn't been able to influence any of the lanes, especially this top lane that is going extremely well for Flandra at the moment.
Yep.
He has already hit level 6 and threatening to push Sheer out of this lane.
I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see any of the... Oh, hang on.
Sheer just hit level 6, looks for the Ruthless and Predator.
Oh my!
God, Sheer finds one window of a mistake from Flandra and gets first blood.
And this is not what we were expecting to see. And the action just continues. Hook gonna land right here onto Kyle. Of course, he does have the battle dance to be able to get himself back away, but that's a good chunk for the bottom lane of FPX. And the solo kill topside. You pick the Gnar because it's a good matchup into the Renekton. But as you said, there's a tiny little window right there where Flandra turns mini, doesn't have an ability to get Mega at that point, and Flandra takes his option, and Sheer runs him straight down.
Chases him through the hop as well. Flandra.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful in those moments where, yeah, he had a major health advantage, but that doesn't matter once you have no abilities that can threaten a disengage like that. These are the windows that FPX have to look for. Remember, this is a composition that is built all on early advantages and snowballing by the time you get to that mid-game state before anyone's legend scaling starts to kick in later the game goes on. So now that Flandra has no flash, if I'm IYY, if I'm Kair, if I'm Zhui, I am booking it to my Renekton and helping him just completely destroy this Gnar.
And this is going to be a really important matchup to have won for the rest of the game. As this Renekton, you are a ton of this early bit of engage. Yeah, you've got the little bit of point and click onto Zhui, you've got yourself the charm, but in terms of actual full engage, it's going to be Sheer's job to be jumping into the backline, and he needs as much survivability, as many items in inventory as possible to ensure that he can stand up to the damage of Shanks and Hope and force them out of comfortable positions in these team fights.
Yep, and the TP flanks are going to be just as crucial as well, because trying to blitz your way through the front door as a Renekton is pretty damn hard to do, especially with all of the engage and disengage tools that anyone's legend have at their disposal. But if you find a good flank in Fog of War, they're not going to be paying attention, and suddenly Big Angry Croc flashes on top of your carry. What are you supposed to do at that point?
At that point, you really need to hope that you've got IYY ready with a pillar, with something to be able to just keep that follow-up going through. Otherwise, yeah, kill's going to be going over. Grubs going to now spawn onto the Rift. Neither of these teams, I think, are so much about the Grubs as we've seen in a couple of the previous games. Still, you would always like to pick it up onto a team with a Trundle, with a Renekton. The split push can be decent. AL, they've got their bot lane up on the top side of the map, though, so they do have a couple members around if they want to potentially go for the contest. The issue is Tarzan. He's headed down to the bottom side of the map. He's got a long walk up top lane if he wants to get there.
Oh, Tarzan has jumped onto Jachi. Culling comes out, chunks Tarzan below 50% HP, sends it with the Cataclysm, flashes away. Now Jachi is in a little trouble. Finally waits to flash over the Emperor's Divide.
Oh!
Tarzan is still in there, throwing his life just for the fade, and anyone's legend still come out on top. Tarzan will get dropped by Kair's Ari, but hashtag worth in the chat for Shanks to pick up the kill onto Jachi's Lucian.
Tarzan, fancy feat right there, and giving the kill over to Shanks. Again, a critical member to begin getting towards that scaling option. Now the topside action just does not stop. Sheer huge chunk of damage taken off of him. Shui also getting jumped. Shanks just about going to be able to get over that pillar, otherwise that charm landing would have spelled his demise. And this game, as much as there aren't a ton of kills going over early, the action just not stopping.
And I'm curious to see how anyone's legend secured a grub when they didn't have their jungler with them. I'm very positive that FPX had the numbers advantage on the top side. Can I get a replay, please? Okay, well, we're gonna get a replay of this quick pick onto Lucian instead.
I mean, Judge kind of goes for this fight because he knows he wins this in the 1v1, but Shanks just gets here quicker. And Judge still does a pretty good job. Nice flash to avoid that Emperor's Divide. One more auto over the wall, and he's going to be able to pick up that kill. Judge literally doesn't trade that 1-1-for-1 himself because he doesn't have a ward available to him. It's rough.
Also looking at the top side, it showed that Hope's Corky secured a grub. I'm gonna be so sad for IYY if he lost it to like a stray rocket phosphorus bomb combo.
Surely, right? Because they were all over it. You only had your bot lane available to go for that play topside for AL. The fact they're able to get one of the grubs is rough. All three would have been a lovely benefit over to FPX. Still, it does move them towards the feat of monster slaying. They're able to pick up that first Drake as well. So now, 1 minute, 20 seconds until the Drake comes up. If you're able to grab that one, you would secure. Shui, he should be able to walk this one out.
Dachi is right behind him, but he can't really step up to really do a lot of damage. The Cataclysm of Dachi forces him to dash away with that relentless pursuit. And at the end of the day, Jouet does survive at the cost of his own flash, but now this is a wave that Dachi is not going to be able to safely contest if all members from anyone's legend continue to stay, but as I say that, Jouet is able to teleport back, and that will give Dachi the safety he needs.
I love Spellbook. Very, very nice to be able to grab that one. Shui, gonna hunt on forwards, not gonna be able to find a Flandre who has already headed back to base. 40 seconds now until this Drake is gonna be available, and this is a big one for FPX. Feat of Monster Slaying would be really nice for them. Also, at a skirmish that happens, a third kill for FPX would secure them those boots, and hey, in this kind of composition, some extra movement speed, a little bit of extra resistances would be lovely.
Considering that FPX's composition really needs to hit that mid-game stride hard and very, very explosively so that anyone's legend do not have an easy time of being able to recover.
Yep.
That's the pillar of success that FPX need to be able to find for themselves in just a few seconds.
Where's the setup coming through? Right now, a lot of vision for FPX is now going to be Kyle and Hope stepping up, getting a little bit of return vision for themselves. That could be a potentially good TP flank angle for Flandre. Oh, Flandre's just used the TP, actually. Decided to head back to lane in the top side a little bit early on. I'm surprised to see that he did that, especially with the Drake spawning on bottom side of the map. Sheer does have teleport available, so this could turn into a numbers advantage for FPX.
I mean, Tarzan's already on the top side of the map. I'm not sure if anyone's legend is even interested. Hope and Kyle are around just to play deterrence. Tarzan is finally making his way over to the dragon, so I guess his team was able to stall enough time. It looked like he also dropped the Krugs, even though he was working his way towards it. I was curious if AL were going to try to look for a play to help Flandre snowball and hit that Trinity Force spike by playing towards Sheer, but they're playing for the contest now.
Absolutely, they are. And this is the worry. Yep.
Okay,
oh,
Kyle
no!
comes over the wall. IYY is able to flash, but Jouet is in a world of trouble. No flash available on this Nautilus. The Cataclysm locks him down, and Tarzan is able to flash away from Care. The Feat of Warfare is secured from anyone's legend. The follow-up from Dachi, maybe, with the culling. Not going to be enough to take out Hope. And Care just cannot safely get in and threaten the backline.
Nope, snap engage right there from AO comes on through, and they're able to pick themselves up all of the kills that they needed. Feat of Warfare going to be picked up. IYY is not here. They're still going to look for a potential steal away. That's surprising. Might as well just throw out the charm. No, Tarzan is going to be able to smite this one through, and AL grab themselves their first Drake of the game.
Damn, that is... I'm not sure what to say, Bloxer, but
the
Kyle...
difference here... Kyle, this is just bad. But the problem in this situation for FPX is that they're on the blue side. They tried to start this Drake up twice, and every time, because of blue side, they're having to walk so far around that it allows AL to cut them off, to find those flanks, to pull them out of position a little bit. And this is the rough thing about blue. You have to find that fight first. You can't afford to get caught in the pit, because you will just get yourself stuck in a situation you can't get out of.
And unfortunately for FPX, no one was really on a first item spike to feel empowered or emboldened to really force that first engage. Anyone's Legend had a Gnasher's Tooth empowered Shanks going into that fight, if memory serves correctly. If not, then I guess Anyone's Legend just had way more confidence in FPX to send it, and they come out rewarded now that a majority of their members have hit their first item spikes. Finally for FPX, we see Trinity Force, Stridebreaker, Malignance, and Essence Reaper all completed now. This is still a window where FPX should feel like they are a strong team, if not stronger than Anyone's Legend, just in item stats. Don't let the gold number fool you. It is a few hundred gold difference.
Absolutely, and you need to be finding these as picks rather than straight up 5v5 team fights. That's where AL's composition is really going to be thriving. But if you can just grab one member, put that full culling down into them, they are going to drop lots of damage available to Jackie right now. Stepping up into this mid lane, controlling this wave, and heading on over towards this Herald. Herald going to be critical right now, cracking open this mid lane tower, very important to the game plan of FPX.
And the secure of this objective would mean the objective feat secured as well for FPX. That could lead into feats of warfare with the turret, as you called out. Herald is secured for IYY, but now Anyone's Legend are fiending for an engage. Tarzan no flash, but has EQ as well as the Cataclysm. Shanks poking and prodding with these Sand Soldiers, and Anyone's Legend just starting to bully them out of the jungle. Sheer gets jumped on, only for Tarzan to go back with the Blast Cone. And Anyone's Legend don't get anyone off FPX in terms of summoner spells or really any major health spells, but they're still showing the fact that they are kind of the ones dictating the map when it comes to just walking up to them.
Yeah. Able to all just stand as one big group. Now Shanks is going to be chased down right here. Pops Sheer back, and actually he's going to be able to walk this one out.
Oh, Tarzan
the knockup!
Use the Cataclysm, but nice knockup from Kyle. Can Shanks follow up with the damage of his own? Sheer is too big on the croc, goes in with a slice and dice. Shanks is going to get dropped here unless he flashes away to the safety of Hope. Sheer finds Kyle, but they blow up Dway, and Sheer can't get through, but Chachi follows up with the culling and takes out the Golden Emperor himself. Hope pops the barrier, but it's a quick turn from Tarzan. Chachi forth the flash. Hope follows up. Anyone's Legend goes big on the top side.
There we go. Hope finally arriving to that team fight is what swings the fight in the favor of AL. The Corki right here with the Trinity Force in inventory is just going to be stronger. And on the backside of this play, it's also going to be a tower over to AL. Big swing in gold for them right now. Bring their lead up to about 2,000. And that was a fight that looked like it was going so well for FPX. It's an initial engage onto Shanks. He uses the Emperor's Divide defensively to get that big old crocodile off of him. But at this point, I'm like, okay, you've got tons of damage onto some of these key members right now for FPX. They just get kited, though. Everybody's able to survive on slivers of HP. Shanks draws the fight out for a little while longer. You're able to get away and then find that little bit of re-engage right here out of Tarzan. And Hope, he's the main difference maker. He arrives and all of a sudden that Corki damage is just pumping through.
At one point, Walkser, Tarzan was like 10 HP.
Yeah, he is a sneeze away from fallen at that point.
And then by the end of the fight, he's like back to 50% HP. That's the power of Triumph and Sundered Sky working hand in hand. Not to even mention the little bit of healing you're getting from Conquer. It's just another example of Tarzan knowing how to play his limits through these skirmish scenarios and what just edges him out to be one of the best jungles we have at the LPL when he's playing at peak form.
Absolutely. Herald, though, going to go down into this top lane, and with all of these members available for FPX, it's going to be a hard engage. AL, go for it.
Dude, Tarzan buffered the EQ through the dredge line. Shanks pushes them all back with the Embers line, and Hope is here. Look at the damage that is coming through. Care finally arrives to the party as reinforcements, but is it enough to take out Hope on this Corki? He has no barrier, he has no flash. Care finally goes huge and is able to save FPX from certain disaster. For the first time this series, Fun plus Phoenix find a massive fight.
But it's a 4v5 situation. I'm not sure why AL go so aggressive right there. They're just not quite able to get the damage down onto Sheer, and the healing from the Crocodile coming on through. IYY now going to be able to rip this tower to pieces as well. And finally, FPX, they get themselves a foothold in this series.
And yet, at the end of the day, Blockster, FPX are barely holding out a very, very small gold advantage. This is big for them, but they need to be able to replicate this success more times before anyone's legend can scale fully online.
This is still super close to being a teamfight win right here for AL in the 4v5. IYY just about manages to get away. The Sheer goes so low, but the damage just is not available, and those Cullens just coming through, getting the big damage down. Picture in picture, as we were just watching, AL able to sneak themselves away a Drake. So that is going to be something good into their pockets, but they are now down in gold for the first time this series.
And FPX really need to ensure that they are not stopping on the gas here. They need to slam on the accelerator pedal because the game does not get easier the longer it goes from this point on. They've already hit major item spikes. It's now 2 items for Joshy's Lucian. It's 2 items for Kair's Ahri. They have to now just start slamming these fights over and over to make sure that anyone's legend are bending and playing to their tempo. But FPX trying to use the Otacon to bait them in.
Foot at this point for FPX cannot come off of the accelerator. They need to just keep up the tempo of this game, or they will get washed away by an AL composition that's going to start spiking really, really hard at that next item. Shanks now has got himself that Rylai's, the Nashers. He really needs just a little bit of extra AP in inventory to be able to really deal that damage. Same thing for Hope as well. Third item, that's where this composition is going to be absolutely terrifying. So for FPX, keep the tempo high, keep being aggressive, and see what you can do to force the issue.
FPX probably showing their best showing so far in this series. Otacon getting started up. We'll see if anyone's legend will respond. Teleport comes out from Vladra. He has just hit Mega Gnar, so he has to send it before it times out. It's getting super close. He has flash available. Can he get into the pit? Steals the Otacon! Are you kidding me? FPX are just losing members one after another. Sheer is chased out of the river. Kair is running for his life on the Spirit Rush, forced to flash away. It could not have gone any worse for FPX, and anyone's legend gonna want more. That's the power of the pandas.
Everything goes right for AL in that fight, and there's just nothing you can do. Jockey, okay, he's going to be able to survive this one still. It's going to be the mid lane tower falling as well, and just after things go right for FPX, it all goes wrong.
What was a few hundred gold difference for FPX now is a 3,000 gold advantage for anyone's legend. Okay, wait a minute. Sheer TP's in. Hope pops the barrier. Tarzan is called upon for resistance. The EQ, it's not enough. And just like that, maybe FPX can swing themselves back in, but it's still an Otacon secured and an overall 2,000 gold advantage for AL.
But Sheer, he's such a big croc, and that triple kill gonna go a heck of a long way towards getting him into a better spot in this game. FPX, they're fighting back, they're showing signs of life in a game that felt entirely AL favored.
I can't wait to see the replay, Blockster, because I want to see how close the Otacon was on the HP bar before he stole it away from IYY.
Gotta be so low. It's gotta be so close. Because this is a mess of a team fight, right? Sheer decides to go in onto Tarzan, trying to body block the Jarvan out, but he goes way too early, easily allowing in. No! That's just beautiful. That's just a gorgeous smite right there. 50-50 all the way. And Tarzan comes out on top of that one. Looking back at this play, yeah. Sheer is a big boy at this point. He's just come off of reset as well, and the healing that he gets every single time he swings through that axe.
More fighting! Quickness from Kael stuns up all the members and charms them up. Flandra's about to go mega. Shanks already dropped the big croc, and now Tarzan is looking for more. Kair has one more charge of that Spirit Rush, but he doesn't have any more to go. The EQ lands for the knock-up. That's the ace for anyone's legend. That's what I'm talking about.
Beautiful fight right there. We missed the start of it, but AL, as we've been saying, getting those item breakpoints online, and unless Sheer can properly get onto these carries, it's very tricky for FPX to be able to win these ones through. What can you do here as AL off the back of that ace? Pick themselves up the mid lane tier 2 tower, get themselves full control over this spawning Drake in a couple of seconds as well. AL, they are just running the rift. Again, every time it looks good for FPX, AL just snapped that momentum back. What happens here? Sheer has stepped way far forwards. He's just insta-caught. And now you can't play the fight at this point from Sheer. And that, yeah, this is the moment which we jump in. Beautiful Shurima Shuffle coming on through. Just pushes the Crocodile back. Without any of that healing, without any of that damage available to you from Sheer, it's just a fight that is over before it really gets off the ground.
And unfortunately for this composition that FPX had, we already talked about the concerns of this draft. If you were not able to get ahead early and just slam the mid-game forward, then you're damned if you do not fight, and you're damned if you do fight. So it just ends up, unfortunately, being a pro difference here for anyone's legend in these fights. And speaking of which, shout out to prodiff.gg, one of the sponsors that does make this show happen. If you want to improve your game with one of the former or current pros from LTA, NACL, or the ERLs, use the code LPL10 to save 10% on a one-on-one today.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, if there's any help they can do for team fighting, I think some of these clips from this game here are likely ones we're going to want some of these prodiff analysts to look back at, because these have been absolutely insane. AL keep on coming out on top though, as they often do, defending champions for a reason, and currently they're looking to get a little bit of a pincer onto an FPX moving towards Baron.
Look at the wrap, Tarzan. Does FPX even know that the Jarvan is around the corner? Shanks might be spotted here, but have they spotted the Jarvan? Did they forget about J4? Okay, he shows himself with the lance. Anyone's legend just going to wrap back around to the mid lane. FPX are going to try to pressure for this Baron. That is their last ditch effort, their last Hail Mary they've got in the book. Otherwise, anyone's legend can just run away with the remainder of this game.
Absolutely. FPX though, oh no, immediately jumped his care. Does he have enough dashes to get away? Yes, but that's a huge chunk of his health bar just gone.
Okay, Kyle now following up. Tarzan sends it, gets popped by Jachi. Now up to the remaining 4 members of anyone's legend, but they're about to burn down through Sheer. It's an even numbers fight. It's an advantage for anyone's legend. The rest of Hope and Shanks can step on up. He absorbs the charm. Emperor's Divide right through the heart of Jachi. It's another ace for anyone's legend.
They're going to be able to find that fight, and the second that the Crocodile falls, that's going to be one for AL. They're going to turn this around into the Baron, and this is going to be the final march, you have to imagine, towards that base to just put FPX down in the dirt once again. A critical matchup right here. AL need this win to keep themselves out of the play-ins, to get that automatic spot into the playoffs, and so far, so good.
We take a look back at this replay. As you called it, Bloxer, it all starts with the engage on the care, and once he's
so
using
low.
Spirit Rush to disengage, it's so hard for them to turn.
And it's a really good bit of engage right here from Kyle. The second that Zhui tries to go in, lands himself that dredge line, immediately pops the ulti and just stops any of that real follow-up. If everybody's able to keep on going off the back of that Zhui fight, maybe you're able to turn that into a teamfight win, but Kyle says no, snaps that one in half, and that's a one teamfight for AL that turns into the Baron, that turns into some towers, and the Dragon. Soul point now for AL.
And while in game 1, the gold lead was evenly dispersed across all members, this game, it's all been about Shanks. Massive 3,000 gold advantage over care, which is pretty disappointing for the mid laner of FPX, because we saw that he was one of the crucial reasons why FPX found that critical turnaround on the top side of the map just what seemed like 10 minutes ago. But it has all been dashed away because Shanks has just proved to be much more influential on the Azir in these fights.
He's been really, really good, and this has got to be pretty cathartic right here for Shanks. He had a bad time against Cream in that top matchup, but this time around has really just had the better of his opponent. 10, 2, and 11, 3 items and the arm guard. This is the final stand.
Oh, EQ into the Cataclysm. Good night, FPX! The Phoenix will not rise again after this one. They're staying dead, and anyone's legend going to just rip them a new one as they tear their base down to utter embers. Anyone's legend sweep the series against FPX.
We get the 4-0 day right here, something nobody were really expecting coming on in. We thought somebody was surely going to throw themselves a matchup, but no. Anyone's Legend 2-0 this one. This one's closer, right? It was a very one-sided match in game number 1. Game 2, FPX find a couple of moments. Sheer, really good performance right there on the Crocodile. Found a couple of moments where I was like, hey, maybe he can carry the team on through. But unfortunately, AL, they're just better. And that's one of the cleanest games I think they've had in terms of that pure team fighting. They were finding some brilliant angles.
The Croc, unfortunately, was not strong enough to hold back anyone's Legend, and this sometimes is just the end result of some of our teams here at the bottom of Group Ascend when they go up against some of our more competitive teams, where you can have an individual standout, but it does really require the whole team coming together and being able to use that advantage and leverage it off of the in a way that makes it so that you have a real strong advantage that is not just a few hundred gold or 1,000 gold. It's got to be more. And we talked about it, Bloxer. As soon as Sheer found the window and got a solo kill on Flandra, we were begging, okay, try him, push that into the dirt.
Yeah. Nope. But unfortunately, as much as you want them to really push the advantage up towards the top side of the map, AL, they are such a tricky team to do that into, because Kyle was just stopping a bunch of these engages from coming through. Really nice performance from him on the Rakan. Hope as well, just pumping the damage on the Corki. Shanks all over this game. He was so strong on the Azir, was able to find some massive Emperor's Divides as well, and it meant that, yeah, Flandra, maybe he's not having the best time of it, but they were even able to go send him into the side lane to keep pushing towers to get himself a little bit of extra gold, hit those item break points, and then he was able to rejoin the rest of the team, and they were waning from there.
Flandra was able to pick himself back up because of anyone's Legend being able to occupy FunPlus's Phoenix on the cross map multiple times. And the funny fact is, Bloxers, that half of the fights, anyone's Legend was still winning. There's a couple other fights that FPX found that were super massive, but it was a numbers advantage for them, while Flandra was farming his way back into the game. So by the time we get to the Otacon fight, the fact that Tarzan clutches out a smite, that whole glimmer of hope immediately gone.
Crumbles right in front of you, and unfortunately that's something that FPX have seen a lot recently. That is gonna put them really in a rough spot for being able to get up off of the bottom of the standings right now. Their remaining matchups that they've got: IG, BLG, TES. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if everybody at home is making that same face as well. There's no shot. I don't want to say that they're losing out all of their remaining matchups, but if they do, I would not be surprised.
And it just makes you think that FPX somehow found a win off of IG of all teams just a couple weeks ago. And not even like a 2-1, it was just a straight up 2-0. I mean, it was one of the most cinematic game endings, with Wei completely whiffing the poppies and Keeper's verdict. Oh, man. As you said, Bloxer, a fever dream, and one that we have to question ourselves. Did that really happen? Because had it not happened, FPX would have been completely winless in series so far.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing, right? As much as it's nice that they picked up that win versus IG, and it's nice that they're not winless, it always sucks to have a winless team. Like, it still feels so bad to be losing to everyone else around you. The fact that recently they end up losing 2-0 to WE. WE doesn't do 2-0s either way. They always go to a third game. They're always good for at least one. And they 2-0 onto FPX in what, I'll be honest, having cast that series, it didn't look that close. WE, they were in control for the majority of that one. And now it means you look at FPX, and then you look down, and you look at the Group Nirvana teams, you think, as Ninjas in Pajamas, as EDG, whoever ends up on top right here, we're expecting it to still be EDG. They've got the slightly better game scores overall. EDG, FPX, I take EDG, and I don't even think it goes to 5 games. Like, 3-1, maybe? FPX are able to grab one matchup? I don't even know that they managed to grab themselves one game in that one. It's not looking fun for them at all.
Even Ninjas in Pajamas, if they are the ones that end up first seed, I would still take NIP over FPX at this point too, just because you look at the overall individual power score that NIP could match them up with. Remember, FPX did beat Ninjas in Pajamas in Split 2 during their play-in stage to go into the playoffs. But it was a full 3-2 banger. And a lot of the difference came off of Shadow being insanely clutch and even Care stepping up big time in probably some of his best overall games this entire year. They don't have Shadow anymore. And Care is not looking nearly... I'm not counting on Care to be someone that is going to clutch up when FPX need to. If he does, that's cool. But it just... If it's not happening here, I'm not expecting it there.
It doesn't feel like it's going to be able to happen. And you can look at some of the other lane matchups as well, right? If they end up in an NIP matchup. Solo Kill, he's been really sick with it so far. I've been loving watching what Solo Kill can do. You really think that you're going to be able to step up into Doinby? Leave. He's been looking better on those mispositioning errors, and that was the only real knock against his game previously. With those getting cleaned up a little bit, he's looking really strong as well. EDG, their whole roster is just exploding onto the Rift. They look so strong. It's getting to the point for FPX, right, where I'm looking at the other members, an LGD or an Ultra Prime, and thinking, I mean, you should, as FPX, beat them. But I don't know. I don't know about that one, and that's a rough spot to be in.
And that is why FPX would love to find some series wins for the remainder of the Rumble stage, but it just does not seem like it is going to happen at this rate. So they can't even get realistically into the dream scenario of playing against a team that is not EDG or NIP by squeaking into 5th or 6th seed at the end of the Rumble stage. So if you're a FunPlus Phoenix, I feel like these last few series, you have to have very specific goals you're working on. And even if you do not win, you're hopefully working towards something that is going to prepare you for the best of five series in the play-in stage.
Yeah. That's the joy of getting Group Ascend last time out, is that you do at least now get yourself one best of 5 guaranteed to be able to put yourself into the playoffs, and that's something, right? An FPX that manages to make playoffs twice, 2 splits in a row, it's not the year they would have wanted, but it's something. It at least puts something into their pockets that they can potentially build on next split if they make changes, what have you. Looking on the other side of the Rift though, AL 2-0 right here, pretty easy overall. And now they've got JDD and WE as their next 2 matchups. There's a real possibility that unless the funny business strikes again for AL, they're going to be able to end themselves very positive and get those top 4 spots.
Anyone's Legend now moved to 7-5. They can at least max out at 9-5 total series record, and a 9-5 score automatically qualifies you into playoffs regardless. But we might even see, depending on how series from Weibo and JDG play out, because we have teams like, I think JDG BLG plays tomorrow. Shout out to Tarzan. I'm not sure if he was by far the most deserving, although Otacon Steel pretty damn good for their conditions and clutch. I would say that Shanks would have been the next one up there.
Shanks would have been my bet.
Yeah, Shanks would have been my bet as well. But Tarzan, clutch as always, and I mean, this game really was Jungle Gap. And feels bad for IYY being the new rookie on the block and just trying to do his best to function in a dysfunctional team at the moment. But, you know, them's the ropes when you get your first shot in Group Ascend and you're going up against some of the best teams. But Bloxer, we've done it. It is a 4-0 day. Very swift night here on LPL English, and so want to give this floor over to you to give any last shout outs before we close out the show.
I mean, what fun it was. Thank you very much for pulling me through it right here, Rafa. Love the energy, and also to Kelsey, staying up way late as well, filling through on this. At least we've got the 4-game. We got the 4-game sweep. We didn't go to 6. That's what everybody was expecting coming in with this one.
Very true. We avoided the back-to-back 3-game series extendos. But another shout-out needs to be said, Bloxer. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without, and owners of Cimmeril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. On behalf of the broadcast, it is us signing off. See you tomorrow, same time as usual. Stay healthy, stay safe, and keep on gaming.